Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
All right, turn on the mics now.
All right, crossover.
You didn't have to finish that, John. You could have just stopped.
Crossover.
I'm just repeating what was said in the studio.
Flush it. Let's just flush it.
I want to talk more about a week ago for you, Matt.
No.
Weeknight.
No.
Let's get to the crossover.
Nope.
Do you want to talk about your vacation?
I just want to take a day off. Hopefully I'll take a day off.
Do it.
But it's like one of those things where Schaefer did make a great point where it's like I want my day off to be connected. You know, like I want it to either be
you want it to be on one side of the weekend.
I want it to be like
That's
a long weekend.
Yeah.
And Schaefer was like, "You're very young because you come to find out that like a random Wednesday off actually is quite nice." You know.
Now you know that the day after the Monday after the first football game is Labor Day, don't you?
Yeah, we are about to
I know,
but
that doesn't count because it's like that Monday I'll probably be watching Ohio Nebraska tape. And I'll be thinking about.
Oh, good Lord. Are you kidding me?
No.
Why don't you do it on Sunday?
No, I will be doing it on Sunday.
Okay, you'll be doing it.
So you're going to do it multiple days?
He comes from the school of Michael Severe. He comes from the school of Michael Severe.
There's a lot of insane people in the world. Doesn't mean you have to follow him.
He's a tape grinder, John. Let him grind the tape.
I mean, amongst other things too, on Monday, I would just like to have a non-football day off.
You would like to not have football, okay?
No,
look at what you're doing, man.
No,
look at what you're doing.
I want to have a non-football, just a day where I'm like,
someone in this room has been constantly counting down, and all it's doing is creating more stress and work for young men.
I have no. Look, by the way, that's the least amount of stress I've endured here at this radio station, so
nice.
I don't have to worry about
Story time with
that.
McMaster.
Nope, not for probably not for another decade. But anyway, what are you doing over there?
He's fixing his microphone.
It's one of those things where it's like the next. Not only is it football season, but then it'll be Blue Jay overtime season too. So
not
until November.
You know,
if anyone should complain, it's John. He's actually going to be busy.
John is forced against his will to go to Vegas multiple times a year.
There's truth to that.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying hopefully I will get that day off and I'll just be able to reset and then we go into football season.
We'll do it. I heard you ask your boss, "Can I take this day off?" And he said, "Yeah, I don't care." Yeah. So I don't know. You're making a bigger deal out of this.
You asked about it.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
And then he made fun of me about watching film on Labor Day.
Watching the same game for the third time.
I'm watching the TV copy.
The Ohio game, nonetheless.
Do you have access?
Yeah, the Ohio game.
Is that worth watching? What are you going to learn from watching film from the Ohio game?
You can learn plenty.
If Severe's listening right now, he might show up and punch you in the face.
Learn plenty. It doesn't. Yeah.
Are you coaching?
What do you think you will learn?
How quickly guys can get off the ball, Nick? How are the stems of the wide receiver, right? How are they handling pressure from the quarterbacks? Hey, Calandre's probably going to be under pressure a couple times against Ohio. How does he handle that pressure? How does he step up in the pocket? Nice. It doesn't matter whether or not the competition is like that, but at times they will be challenged. And in those very small moments when they are challenged, you can learn some things.
Nick.
Very
small.
You can also learn it on the first watch.
My biggest question, and you answered it. My biggest question was if it would even translate.
Don't let them bully you into working.
Seeing how people are under pressure, how do guys get off the ball quickly? The ball's going to be snapped the same way, whether you're playing Ohio or whether you're playing Ohio State. How quickly are you getting off the ball?
Otson writes, Matt is obsessed with the ins and outs of simply taking a day off. Take it off.
Yeah, take it off.
I'm on it. Take it off. Take it off.
Take it off.
Oh, there's our boss.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're great. Okay. I'm great. It's your guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Is that why the light was flashing?
Someone went off.
We were off the air?
Oh, really? Nick, what did you do?
I didn't do anything. We shouldn't have been off the air.
Unreal.
Oh, okay. All's well.
Icon says Nick is so out of his element here. Yeah, don't ask what you can learn. You can absolutely learn stuff. Make fun of him for doing it, not for.
That's what John does.
Yeah, you're taking the wrong.
Tell me to go
here,
and touch
Nick.
grass. Tell me to go on a walk.
Yes,
tell me to work
loser.
out. Yeah, say that I'm
what will
fat.
you actually learn?
Tell me I'm a fat tub of lard
I'm
and
not
I
gonna
should
do that.
lift weights.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that
instead
at
of
all.
sitting on my couch.
Call him a
watching
piece
football.
of garbage. Tell him to sit in the CMT chair.
What I was doing was making fun of him, but also actually asking a question, and he answered it for me.
Yeah, he will learn a lot. You can learn. I rewatch games.
I guess
Sometimes.
I'm still trying to understand, which Matt did answer for me. How
I start and then it just
Then
like
you stop.
my eyes start glazing over. It's like, you know what? I could watch a game I haven't seen yet. I think I'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
I probably if there's like a pretty fun week 1 game that I wasn't able to watch because I will be doing BROR, I'll probably go back and watch maybe Louisville is playing like Virginia Tech. I don't know. I know those two teams aren't playing, but like a game similar to that ilk. Oh, it was a cool ending. Let me go back and watch it.
Louisville's playing Ole Miss, but they're playing Ole Miss on September the 6th. They're playing them Sunday night. Opposite of Notre Dame, Wisconsin.
Might be an interesting game.
That'll be opposite of Nebraska and Missouri at Wrigley Field.
Yes.
Where I will be.
Yes,
Did I
you
tell
will
you
be.
I got my credential approved? I will be at Wrigley Field on September the 6th.
You got to keep that credential. I bet it's a cool looking credential.
Don't you text Matt Rule and tell him to call me. Don't you?
Gonna need to call somebody.
Yeah, what
at Wrigley
name did
Field.
you use?
Posh Jeterson.
I knew it.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait.
I'm gonna call Pete Ricketts and have you banned.
Hey, Baldy. No, I'll be there.
Hey, guess
Hey,
who's
Baldy.
not voting for you this November? You just gave him a credential.
This guy.
Kick him out.
This guy.
We don't need their kind in our ballpark, in our beautiful ballpark.
It's fun to make fun of Pete
I don't
Ricketts.
think that's allowed, John. I think you can kick me out because I'm not voting for you.
Yeah, but we should be able to kick you out because I don't know. You just bring bad juju.
Have you
bad
been in
vibes.
the Wrigley Field press box?
Never.
And that's so funny that Josh is going to be the first of us to be in the Wrigley Field press box. That is pretty cool.
I think I'm gonna wander around. So it was our wedding.
Where you going to wander? There's not really a whole lot of
I've
places
been
to
Wrigley.
wander.
You can walk.
Yes, you can walk.
You know there are.
But like, what are you going to see? Like, you're just going to see a bunch of hot dog stands, and then you can look out
Again,
toward
they
the
can
field.
put the game on the TVs in the
Matt, I'm not
concourse.
breaking down the game on a podcast. I'm just gonna be there for the.
What? You
vibes.
mean you're not going to rewatch the volleyball match 3 times?
But let me get to my story. So it was my wedding anniversary this weekend, and Riss has heard me mention over the years that I would like to get into photography. And so she surprised me with a Canon camera from the 80s, a film camera.
That's cool.
And so I'm going, don't you say it that way.
What?
I'm going to bring this and I'm going to snap some photos.
There's going to be
And then
like a
are you
little
going to take it to
grainy,
the photo mat and get them developed?
I'm going to have to. Where else would I do it? I don't have a dark room.
There's a guy I follow on Instagram, and I think he'll put his stuff on Reddit sometimes, where he'll go to Formula One races and he'll get one of those old old film cameras or old film,
Take
film
photos?
cameras. Yeah, take photos, video, and then I'll upload.
I can't wait.
They
I'm
look
going to
sick.
take photos of Wrigley Field. I'm looking forward to it. So that's what I'll do, Matt. Do that.
Great, good for you. I'm
Thanks,
so
man.
happy for
He
you.
should be out on Waveland Avenue waiting for the.
I will do some
Fly
stuff
balls.
outside. No, John, that will not happen. Put it on the list.
I want this to
No
happen so
volleyballs
bad.
will
Somebody needs to
leave
put a volleyball
the stadium
into the bleachers or out of the ballpark.
Oh, Josh, is this
Is it-
photography going to evolve into you being like the Zone's Ken Griffey Jr., where after you leave, you're still going to be back and be our photographer?
Oh, great question, Nick.
Ooh, I like
I don't
this.
know. I could bring my cool camera in and take some photos.
I
of
gotta-
us.
It'll be great. Josh could take all these pictures and then, hey, well, how come they're not on the website? Well, I have to get them developed.
So yeah, Riz asked me. She goes, "So when people do this, how do they get them on the internet? Do they just scan them?" And I was like, "I assume so."
Probably.
And I have a
Yeah.
scanner at home, so I will scan the photos, and then
Wow.
I'll be like, "Here's a photo."
I found a digital camera from one of those Goodwill electronic stores that I noodle with sometimes.
Noodle. Oh, John, you missed Jerry Jones last week. Have you heard
Is
this
it
from?
still in
What did Jared do?
John deleted it?
Ah,
You are
Well, I was just
such
cleaning
an
up.
asshat.
he was
The-
noodling,
But the
John.
BJ clip is still in here from 3 weeks ago.
The what clip?
The BJ clip that you uploaded.
The
of
What
the lady-
DJ clip? Oh my God! What are you
Yeah,
guys
the lady
uploading?
with
Oh,
her
we hadn't
hair.
done it yet.
Wait,
Yeah.
the lady
Because
in
we
the
haven't done that
BJ
one
is on
yet.
USC.
Yes, exactly.
I forgot. We haven't done it yet.
Oh man! All right, let me see if I can find this, Nick.
I mean,
I'm-
it's
okay. Here it is.
it's an idle-minded
it.
old man mumbling again.
No, it's hilarious. We need
What are
to.
you talking about? The president or?
Nice.
no, Jerry Jones.
Okay.
All right,
Close.
so here, I won't play you the full clip, John, but here is what he said. This is it's like a 5-second clip.
Mhm.
All right, you ready? Here we go.
I do a lot of noodling, and I noodle thousands of noodles.
You want to hear it one more
I
time?
do a lot of noodling, and I noodle thousands of noodles.
Could say
He meant to say doodling.
you
He was
could-
doodling.
you could probably clip that and it's like my 3-year-old toddler, you know?
Yes,
I'm like,
exactly.
I'm like,
What an incredible person.
I'm still going to defend Jarrah in the sense that noodling, I think he was using noodling right. Like, I know he did mention drawing, but I think
He
those
was
were two
talking-
separate things.
He was doodling.
I think
he was doodling.
well, I
'cause
thought he
it
was
is a southern
referring.
thing to say noodling the way he does.
I thought he was referring to catching catfish with his hands.
Cody
That's what I
says,
was thinking too.
That's noodling.
That is noodling.
I would love to go noodling one day.
I would not.
What do you mean? I think that'd be dope.
John doesn't like water or the pool or the
I mean,
beach
it's-
or
I
the
don't
outside.
mind water. I just don't need to be messing with catfish.
I'd like to noodle once just to say I noodled
Okay.
and then never noodle again.
Okay.
I have no desire to ever noodle.
Mr. Noodle.
It's really cool when they come out of the water and they got a big old catfish right on their arm. They're like, hell yeah.
Just the idea of having a catfish swallowing my arm just does not sound that appealing to me.
one thing I would be worried about though is that alligators in the waters that I'm currently in. That would freak me out. If they're
The
like
Just don't noodle an alligator.
no, but if like
Thousands of noodles.
never mind. The-
Nathan writes, hi, crossover. I'm right down the road at CVS, 49th and Dodge, for whatever that's worth, which is nothing. That's where we had our first ever beer for One Beer Friday.
I like to go to that one, and if I need to get some work deodorant, I keep a stick of deodorant at work.
I think that's a very smart play from you.
Yeah, you know what? I guess I can't
I get
be
musty
too-
sometimes.
No, I can't be too critical of that. That's a good
No,
call.
I actually think that's a great
It's
call.
like Don
I-
Draper. You're like Don Draper. You need extra shirts.
Or like you ever have those mornings where like you're driving and you're like, oh crap, I forgot to put deodorant on.
it hasn't
No.
happened since I was a teenager.
Nick, do you ever
it
have
hasn't.
those not so fresh feelings?
Nice. That's an old reference.
I
That
did
is an old
carry a
reference.
stick of deodorant in my backpack during the College World Series. I did have an extra
That's a good idea.
stick of Gillette. I'm a Gillette man. It's the best a man can get.
I liked Gillette before it was just the gel. I hate the gel deodorant
Oh, it's
so much.
gross.
I love that's
Gillette-
all I that's all I
Oh,
buy.
it's all
Ugh.
mushy.
Why do you want to
I
have
don't mind
mushy
the I don't
deodorant?
mind the gels.
It doesn't work for my pits. I
Me
used to have a
neither.
really bad sweating problem, and so I went through multiple deodorants until I finally found the one that helps.
I needed
I like it.
deodorant for gym class once in high school. My dad picked me up some on his way home from work, but it was the Gillette gel. And being a teenager with the Gillette gel after being in that gym at school was the worst feeling.
By the way, update on why we were off the air for a couple seconds from Alex. Weather alert, funnel near Nebraska City. So yeah, y'all were off the air for a bit.
Oh,
How did that kick us off the air? Isn't
yeah.
Nebraska City like an hour away?
Yeah, Nebraska City is not close to our.
Council Bluffs in Nebraska City.
Oh, did the EAS go off?
it must have been the EAS.
Okay. Okay. There you go.
Though that is 2 counties. Isn't that 2 counties away? That wouldn't be in the
Don't ask
EAS.
me.
I can feel your energy from 2 counties away.
Nice.
B don't kill my vibe.
So what else?
And,
You don't
wouldn't-
kill my
and the
vibe.
EAS wouldn't set off the silence alarm
Well-
because it's still on the air, right?
I think it's what we're putting out. So the EAS, it's not originating from us. So if it's long enough, it would kick off the silence alarm.
Has it always done that?
Yes.
Okay. Did not know that.
So what's going
I
to
mean,
be
the
on
test
the
doesn't trigger it, but
Matt, your
Right.
day off? Talk us through this day. Since you won't be grinding tape, what else? What's going to be on the menu?
Nights out at the zoo would be the night before. So I would think I would like to go to the nights at the zoo thing.
What's that? Is that the booze thing?
That's from 7 to 10 p.m. You can go to the Omaha Henry Dorley Zoo.
but like the
So-
the
You can always
aquarium is
do
like the only thing you can do there, though. The giraffes are all sleeping.
But it's still, I
And
don't,
giraffes?
I don't.
Yeah, if I
I
go
was
to the
at
zoo, I want to see
in
the
June,
giraffes.
and I didn't even see any of the
No,
giraffes.
it's well, I went, dude. It's so much different going to the zoo now to when I was going to it in like March and April. Like there is now shrubbery that has grown. That is just
summer.
like.
There's
There's like
there's grass. Now?
also too like you're kind of just when I went in like March and April, it was fairly empty. Like you're kind of walking around, like
Yeah.
it's like whatever. And then you go and like I went last weekend, and there was a whole family that had a whole like barbecue spread out at the zoo. Like they went to a little corner and they had like rice and meat and salad, and they were like
Nick,
scooping
Nick
it
dinner.
in, and like they were having their barbecue at the zoo. I was like, this is crazy. This is
And meanwhile,
Quite-
you were there with your little sack lunch, eating out of the back of your
no,
car,
no. Well, what
Drinking
happened?
a beer in the parking lot.
drinking a
with a
beer in a
sandwich.
parking lot, leering at children.
I actually just bought a beer at the zoo and walked around with my beer. And
Don't
then all of
be
a sudden it
leering,
was like
bro.
thunderstorm incoming, and I was like, "Dang it!" And then I had
Run
to go back. Yeah,
away.
literally, like people were sprinting
Run
through the zoo
away.
to get away. So no, I'll probably I'll probably go to nights out at the zoo, enjoy my night at the zoo, and then I'll probably just I don't know, golf, enjoy the day,
Yeah.
Walk around, enjoy the sunshine, get out, not
Nice.
think about sport for an entire day. And then the next day it'll be week 0 and we will be locked in. It'll be fun. I cannot wait for it. It'll
You
be
don't
great.
have to be locked in for week 0.
I will be. Can't wait.
I will watch the TCU UNC game. The last time
Hell yeah. Oh, maybe try meeting a woman, writes Jimmy.
I'm okay. This would be a terrible time right now for me to meet a woman.
Busy season.
It's busy season.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. You literally did during the Nebraska basketball run through the NCAA tournament.
What, meet a woman?
Yes.
You
Don't you
did?
remember the date?
Oh, that's right. There was that whole situation of you going on the date, but maybe missing a game.
Yeah, and do you know what I did?
You missed the game.
No,
You
I
missed- canceled the date.
canceled the date.
Was that the Sweet 16? Is that what
That
it
was the Sweet
That's
16.
when we were over in that studio. Ugh,
Ugh.
a different time.
I canceled the date, and
So you canceled what could have
Shocking-
been a lifelong partnership for one
They
basketball
were playing
game.
Iowa, John. I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, and what happened in that game?
Well, they had 4 men on the court.
They did.
Can you believe that they did that?
Exactly.
That
You
was-
skipped out on a great date,
It was such a great
a
game, guys.
potentially a great date
I loved that
to
game.
We
watch
had the date the
Nebraska
next
make one of
week.
the bigger faux pas in NCAA tournament history.
We went out. That's a little ridiculous. But anyway,
Pretty bad.
that's
We're on the
overstated.
floor.
It-
That's
it's-
overstated.
it's
That's
something.
overstated.
It's something I have never seen before in a basketball game.
So
Bad.
we went on the date the next week, and it ended up not working out. I don't think the date had any the game being
Yeah,
canceled.
but
had
I
anything
think
to do
it
with
may have because it put you in such a mood. It was like you're in the middle of this date and you were kept distracted going, I can't believe that Rink Mash wasn't on the floor.
No, I never said that. I was never getting upset
Plus,
about
if
that.
you would have canceled,
I was more so being like, you're going to order a third martini. They're like $22.
And why did Rink Mash not come out on the floor? Maybe he had the extra martini.
Is that you doing an impression of you?
No, I'm just
Okay.
I'm just
No,
speculating.
It's
that's all.
fine. It's not. It's date season is over. We are done.
How did date season go for you?
8 first dates, 3 second dates, no third dates, unfortunately.
you have a spreadsheet?
No, I just remember these things, Nick Grimm.
Okay.
You found this many different women that were interested?
The apps are incredible.
They
John Bishop.
How many
That's where I
dates
met my
ended?
wife.
The
How many
apps are
dates ended
incredible.
well, Matt?
I didn't realize that
Enough.
Pokemon thing was
Hell
still
yeah,
a deal.
Hell yeah, brother.
Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
By the way, more updates on the EAS.
Yeah.
402 says, yes, it was the EAS. Lincoln is getting pounded right now.
Whoa.
It
Yeah,
got-
I know.
It got poopy quick, wind and hail.
Yeah, it got pretty dark outside over the course of those.
Yeah, I feel bad for Miss Wrigley. She is probably freaking out.
Oh, we have a weather window now, though. That's fun.
Well, we have a window, yes.
Is it coming this way?
It's already
no.
here. By the way,
No.
John and Nick, I DM'd you. One of our great sponsors is looking for some information from you boys. I DM'd you on Twitter. No, you, John.
get
You,
into
I need
Twitter.
your response.
Speaking of
as well.
one of our great sponsors, Pesky Blues has asked Josh and I for our shirt sizes.
okay, well there you go. That's exactly what I need.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe we might be getting some liquid trucking
I believe
gear.
that is the case.
I've been-
XL, extra large.
I'm either an XL or a 2X. It kind of depends on the material.
So what would you like me to say?
No,
Ask him if it's polyester.
I will not.
I mean, that
How
does
much
kind of matter,
cotton
though.
is in this thing?
Let's just
How
go
much
XL.
cotton?
Yeah, I do. There it is.
I've been using
I
my.
said it correctly that time.
No, you said cotton.
Oh, look, Big Cat won another 50-50 raffle, and they're honoring him.
Cool. I've been using my liquid trucking hat as my hiking hat. That thing is incredible.
No.
I love that hat.
How many is this? 3?
He's won 3 now in the last
That is
year.
impossible. Something is screwy
He
here.
did
Of course,
not
branding.
He did not win one for like 15 years. Like
Well,
ever.
yes, that's the way it works with most people.
And
there have been
he's-
people that have played the Powerball for 50 years
Now, to-
and they never won.
Now, to be fair to him, he doesn't take the money; he donates it to a charity.
Because he's making millions of dollars
Listen,
in salary.
that's all well and good. That's
Which
great.
makes it seem
I'm
more
not-
suspicious that he keeps winning if it's just going to charity. It feels almost laundry.
Are the Cubs laundering
Laundering
50-50 money?
through Big
To
Cat.
help
Through Big
children,
Cat.
Nick?
Through famous source that Indiana Bears is happening. Did you hear this? Did you see this?
No.
This, like,
The Gare Bears.
anybody can have a Twitter and have information and call themselves an insider now,
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
this guy for the Bears, his name is Ben Devine, and he's like that, where it's just like he, has one person who is a friend of a friend who tells him
Right.
wall what's going on in House Hall. And he's like, breaking, whatever. And
At Chicago_NFL.
And yes. So
not followed by anyone you're following. This guy probably sucks.
He reported, he's like, I'm hearing that they're having a press conference tomorrow and they are and they're going to have a board meeting and they're going to basically say, we're done with Illinois. We're going to Hammond, Indiana. And the Indiana has incentivized the deal so much for the Bears that Indiana wants them to be called the Indiana Bears. That's how heavily incentivized this is going to be. So they're not going to be the Chicago Bears. They're going to be the Indiana Bears, which essentially would be, if they became the Indiana Bears, they would be moving, like the franchise would be moving out of, like, that's not just like, oh, we're playing in Indiana. We are no longer the Chicago Bears. We are a different franchise.
Well, yeah.
To which I would be like, I don't know if I want to root for them anymore because I'm not from Indiana, you know?
You'd really stop.
Should they change their
I
name
would
from
think
the
about
Bears?
it. I would think
that's
if they-
crazy.
If
And
they
when
became
was
the
this? Because-
Indiana Bears, that's like them going to St. Louis,
Oh, yeah,
LA.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
John's
It's
stuck
like the
with them.
Rams moving twice in my lifetime. I
Yeah.
still was a Rams fan. I didn't care if they were in L.A., in
I'd be
St.
very
Louis,
upset if
or
they
in
did it. I'd be very
Kathmandu.
upset. Anyway, this guy reported, he's like,
When
I'm
was
in,
this?
this is like a week ago.
Okay, so that obviously didn't happen.
And it can't, none of that happened. And everyone was like, you idiot. Like how, like he caused a big ruckus because he's been like right a couple of times before. And so people like
Yeah,
trusted
but
his
didn't
report.
I mean not that this is the greatest source in the world given his past, but didn't old Kevin Warren say we're not changing the name? Didn't he say that recently, like a week or two ago?
This was before that.
Oh, I see.
So
that's probably why Kay Warren said
he had to.
we're going to be the Chicago Bears,
So
even though we're not the Chicago Bears, we're the Gary Bears.
So
Care Bears.
it turned out that this guy was like, my source was Big Cat. And
Oh, you mean the guy that always wins the 50-50 drawing at Wrigley Field?
and then it turned out that it was actually somebody pretending to be Big Cat who told him all of his Indiana Bears information. And then he released the DM, the text messages he had with Big Cat. And he was like, tell me that, show me that it's you. And it was just a very funny picture of Big Cat, like taking a selfie. And if you looked
That's
up
crazy.
Big Cat on Google, it's the first picture that pops up.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what made him think it was actually him. And so he released this report and people were very upset at him.
Okay.
So that's what happened on the internet.
Well, I
Very
look
great.
forward to the Hammond Bears.
Welcome.
Would you really consider?
If they go from, if they're the Chicago Bears, right? And Hallis Hall is in Illinois and everything is in Illinois, everything they do in Illinois, and they just happen to play across, a little bit across the border because that's the deal they got. I'd be annoyed about it, be like, whatever. But if they like moved the entire operation over there and changed the name.
So it's all based on where the office is?
They're playing there, their name would be there, and everything they do would be there. They were no longer the Chicago Bears.
Well,
They'd be
so
moving to
they're still the
Indiana.
Bears.
But they're not. How do you not understand this?
I
How do you
understand
not
it
under-
perfectly.
how do you
Again,
not- how do
I
you not
literally
understand-
followed my franchise
you're
from
not
one city to
from-
another city, back to another city.
But it's a little bit different, John, in terms, and I don't want to sound disrespectful, but like you didn't grow up in St. Louis.
No, I didn't.
You don't have an attachment to that town, and you
No.
don't have that emotional attachment with the Rams that way. The Rams were just always an entity that were away from you,
Well,
that you
this is-
rooted for. And
this
so
is
there's
where-
not a difference in connection for you because they've always been 1,000 miles away.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is where you start to identify as Mr. Skokie.
Mr. Skoke.
They were never the Skokie Bears.
John, you know that is
And they're also not changing the name.
completely, John, that's a complete far cry from your situation and my situation.
I'm just saying.
It is a completely different situation.
I'm just saying you can put
I
yourself
was-
in
I
the
was- I
mindset
wasn't-
of, you know what? I'm
I'm
never
not
really
putting
from
myself
Chicago.
in the mindset of it.
Cody
from
says they will
Skokie.
become the
All right,
Indiana
John.
Bears, and Matt leaves his fandom, and then the Bears win 5 out of 8 Super Bowls.
I mean,
It would
how
be
many-
So great.
All right,
How
John,
many New
no,
Yorkers?
it's fine,
How many
John.
New Yorkers? How many New Yorkers left the Giants or the Jets when
Are they
went
the
to
New Jersey Giants? Are they the New Jersey Jets?
So what you're saying is you're married to
Fun
a
drop,
name.
Nick.
You're married to a name. You're not married to a
I'm
team.
married to
You're
the
married to a name.
association. They would no longer be associating with Chicago.
That's true.
And so I'm married to their association, to the town that, screw you, the town that I grew up in. Okay. So that's my association.
What if they
to
moved
them.
to Cleveland,
I'd be, yeah. I
but
would
they
be
still called
there.
themselves the Chicago Bears?
And their offices were in Chicago.
And I don't know, guys. That's
what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
John, that's something that would never happen. John, that's something that would never happen. They would never move 7 hours to Cleveland and be the Chicago Bears.
What I'm trying to point out is
the Cleveland
you
Bears.
have been a fan of a franchise. You have been a fan of a franchise.
Did I say that I would abandon them? I said I would very much consider no longer being a Chicago Bears fan if they were the Indiana Bears.
Sound like you're abandoning
I'm not
them.
in Indiana. I'm abandoning them. They'd be abandoning me.
Matt's going out for cigarettes and milk, and he's never coming home.
They left first. What do you mean? I'm abandoning them. I didn't become Indiana Bat. They became Indiana Bears.
I understand.
Joey writes, I'm enjoying this.
I understand. I understand where you're coming from, but at the end of the day,
I don't
you
think
have
you
been
do.
rooting for this franchise. You have been
By the
rooting.
way, the people stand with you, Matt. Everybody says they agree with
They
you.
would be moving away from my city. They would be moving away. They'd be
already
a
moving
different
from your
entity.
city.
They'd be a different entity. They would be a different entity as an Indiana Bears and a Chicago Bears. Those are two different entities. I'm a Chicago Bears
Even
fan.
though it's all the same players, it's the same history.
Okay, so
it's the
people.
same
So
coaches.
when Cleveland went from Cleveland to Baltimore, we were all cool. We were all okay.
No, we weren't okay.
What's the difference? It just distance. It has to qualify for you because they are two different entities.
Yeah, but
you would say they have the same players.
You're making the
they
point.
have the same.
The Bears are
everything.
moving to Hammond. Okay, let's just pretend that that's happening.
We got
Okay,
Sybil
But as
coming up. We
long
gotta
as
break this
Hallis
soon.
Hall and the name stays in Chicago, you're fine.
They are the entity. They are the history. They are the same franchise. Yeah, they just play in a different state. That happens everywhere else. But if they change their name and they change their association and they change where they do things, they are different entities.
Okay.
They are different teams. They are different franchises.
That was the crossover.
We'll welcome you in. You can be a Rams fan.
You know what? I might take you up on that deal. It's a good franchise to root for.
It is. You're more than welcome.
But knowing me, I'd root for the Rams, and they'd immediately McVay would leave, and they'd bring in.
well, I mean, there's a
Amazon
good chance that'll
Prime.
happen anyway,
Yeah.
because eventually he is going to.
They'd hire
He will
Deion
not
Sanders.
coach for the rest of time.
He
Ooh,
will not.
Hodson writes, crappy boo year.
Thanks.
Crappy
Listen, we're just
boss.
trying to keep this
Year.
sports centered because way too often these
Way
crossovers.
too often we're talking about
no
cheese.
We're
sports.
talking about 9/11
No sports.
and George Bush. Unreal. That's what they talked about on the crossover this morning.
You talked
we
about
stick
George
to
Bush?
sports and 9/11, John.
Really?
They debated, embraced debate. Was it good? That's what they did on the morning
Would
crossover.
the moving of Hallis Hall to Indiana be known as the Chicago 9/11?
Great question. All right, we got to go. We have Sybil coming up soon.
That is terrible. That is awful.
Bye, Matt. Good to see you.
Great to see you guys.
Enjoy your vacation.
Oh, it's 16:20 the zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I'm guessing we're going to be answering questions about that thumbnail today.
What did Nick do this
I
time?
mean, if
He's-
you read
he's
the
de-
title of the video, the thumbnail isn't confusing.
He makes it sound like Nebraska football is dead.
Or the
Dead.
stadium.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Cody wants to know, has anyone checked on Stibbs today? I talked to him a little bit
I
earlier.
mean, why are we worried now?
Well, did you see his tweets last night?
Why is he worried now? The Mariners are out of it. They've been out of it.
Yeah, but they lost
So they-
22-0.
At this, so what?
You
You
know how
want
it
the
is,
Cubs
John.
to lose 22-0? That's a Rockies
When
loss.
when they're out of contention, it's like, eh.
But it reminds him of a year ago. It reminds him of a year ago.
I didn't think Cal
Losing
Raleigh was
22
worth
to
this
nothing
much.
reminds you of a year
No,
ago?
well, he was like a year ago was way better. You know,
Well,
team
yeah,
was
but
good.
that wasn't going to change whether they lost 4-3 or 22 to
Well,
nothing.
you saw the other thing. He's like, my dog was still alive. Like, you know, his dog was alive, John. What are you going to say?
Again,
You are a monster.
the facts of that aren't going to change based on the result of last night's baseball
You
game.
are a terrible person.
Am I lying?
I mean, no, the facts will
Thank
not
you.
change. There's not time travel,
Right.
sadly.
Unless you're Jared Jones.
Stibbs,
That's
I
why-
wish there was time travel for you.
Well,
John doesn't.
yeah, but then you'd be reminded of losing in the AFC Championship game.
Stibbs
Fucking
says John
Patriots.
is very anti-fandom today.
No,
Yeah,
I am
you're
not
very
anti-fandom.
Somebody asked, what if the Cubs left Chicago? What would you do then?
I would still follow them. They're my team.
Yeah, I guess it's
I would be
different.
very disappointed. I love the fact that they're in Chicago and at Wrigley Field. If they ever tore down and
They moved to
Wrigley
a dome
Field,
in Florida.
I would hate that.
Yeah, that would suck.
I would
You'd
still
root for
support them.
though.
They're my team.
Yeah.
They're my team.
Okay.
That's all.
But
You know?
we're not from there, so it doesn't affect us like it would if I lived, like, if Nebraska left. If Nebraska was like, we're moving, we're going to Alaska. I don't think I'd probably care anymore. It'd be hard to care about them. They're in Alaska. Why
Well-
would I have an opinion on them anymore,
You wouldn't be curious why Jared wants to go to Alaska so bad? Is there some kind of hidden crypt or
No,
tomb that'll give
I
him
said
eternal life?
Nebraska. Nick.
Sorry,
what
I
does
heard
Jerry
Cowboys.
Jones have
I
to
heard
do?
Cowboys.
I don't know where you heard that. I did not say Cowboys.
I thought Cowboys, and I
Yeah.
thought you said Cowboys.
Yeah, nope. I said Nebraska.
Well, they couldn't call it Nebraska anymore.
That's
Yeah,
true. They call it Alaska.
and I wouldn't root for them anymore. They're all black uniforms.
Anyway,
Alex Lincoln says, to be fair, Nick says Nebraska is dead. That's true, Nick. You do say that.
go Hawks.
You do
You
be
said
saying
that. You said that a lot.
You do be saying that though.
Yeah.
They're not dead, Nick. They're alive.
Yeah, the
maybe
team-
they could be
made
more
a
alive.
bowl game
The
last
team is still
year.
going to exist even if the sellout streak doesn't.
Which bowl game did they make last year?
Las Vegas.
I had to think about that too. I had to think about
remembered.
that too because
You
it's
did
so memorable.
overreaction, didn't you? to
It's
that
so
day?
damn memorable.
That's
Do you think
wild.
that's where Calandry made the decision? He's like, this is
No,
where I'm going,
No, Nick. Remember, he bought a shirt.
and accidentally bought a
Well,
Nebraska shirt.
he made the decision after Minchie decided to leave, and then all of a sudden it was like speed
Mm.
dating,
Mm.
and he swiped. Which direction do you swipe for
Right.
yes? You swipe right for yes. He
Yep.
swiped
Yes.
right.
Yep. Shout out McMaster.
I haven't
and
had to
all those
swipe in a
first
while.
dates.
It worked for me.
Shout out.
I'm quite impressed that young Matt has had so many different dates.
And that he doesn't talk about it. He tells us everything about his life, and yet he's kind of kept this, a little bit secretive. Good
Well,
for you,
that's
Matt.
probably part of the agreement with the woman said,
the
please.
NDA.
Yeah, you're not
I
supposed
don't
to.
want to hear about myself on the radio. Yeah.
I don't want to hear myself on the radio about
Attached
with
to you. That's true. Aren't you that guy who'd be sad if the
Aren't
Bears
you that
moved?
guy? Yes, I am. I am
Yeah.
that guy.
guess that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Well, welcome to the program, everyone. The
Hello.
Grum Down. We're going to finalize the
Whoops.
checklist.
There we go.
Whoa. That's
There
skipping
it is.
ahead.
Yeah, didn't mean my bad.
That's
my bad.
skipping ahead.
My bad. My bad.
Easy
my
killer.
Bad. My bad.
Finalizing the checklist.
I like that color. It's like a nice mint color.
It is very minty, isn't it?
Mhm.
It's the color of which of the Wrigley's gums is the green one?
Wintergreen.
No.
Spearmint.
Nice.
Wintermint.
Wintergreen ass. The ass of mints.
I kind of like
It
wintergreen.
should be called ass mint.
So I was doing
It tastes like medicine.
wintergreen. Parts of wintergreen, they actually use that to go into root beer. Did you know that? If you have a wintergreen mint and you're like, that's a bit root beery, that's why.
I'm dying of wintergreen, the ass of mint.
Wintergreen is the ass of mint.
It's toasted.
It's toasted. Will Steve Sipple grace us with his presence? We shall find out. In 25 teams today, it's LSU. We'll talk to the voice of the Tigers, Chris
Oh,
Blair.
nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Mitch Holt's training camp report.
Nice.
100 days to college football. Coaching tiers.
Uh-oh.
That's tiers, Tiers, as
But-
in not tears, as in the tears that people cry when they lose.
But will
Matt
there
Rule
be
after the Bowling Green game.
But will there be tiers EARS because of where Matt Rule is ranked in the TIERS, John?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Tears?
That's how tears is spelled. Did
It's
you
also
not-
how tears is spelled.
Yes, I know, Nick, but did you
I-
not know it?
Yes, I knew that.
Okay, I just wanted to make
making
sure.
a joke
I just wanted to make
about the
sure.
English language.
This
never
sounds
know.
like a classic dumb debate. It happens to be dumb debates, and I've got one today, folks. I've got
What?
a couple of them today.
Which one?
Well, you'll find out.
Oh, okay, perfect.
You'll find out.
Okay.
Will we get to vote on mobile sports betting?
Wait, what? In
Yeah.
the election this year?
Yeah.
In 3 months?
Yeah.
They famously don't care about honoring
Actually, that's
votes.
a good point. In this state, you might think you're voting on it, and then the thing that you vote for wins, and then they're like, but never mind.
Yeah.
How many times has that happened? It happened with weed, and it's happened with gambling already before.
And it's happened with weed again.
Yeah, so I would say we're actually not voting on it, John.
Yeah.
But I can't wait to learn about this. This is exciting.
We have a new hope.
I love that movie.
And are the Cubs going to sweep the Dirty Sox?
Did they play yesterday?
Yes, they did.
Did they win?
Yes, they did.
Hence
And-
them potentially sweeping them.
Yes.
I know how
exactly.
baseball
very,
works.
Very good, Josh.
I was explaining it for the
Good
non-baseball
process of
knowers.
elimination.
Just want to make sure the non-baseball knowers in our audience.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure they understand.
Oh, you mean old Ben Kenobi?
Oh, that Kenobi. Oh, man.
I love and hate that
Yeah.
line so much.
I thought you were talking about Jerry. Jerry
Kenobi.
Nope, not Jerry. Not old Jer Bear.
Not Franklin Kenobi, are you sure?
Mhm. Oh, Frankie K.
Anyway, 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. There's the
Awesome.
Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed
Womp womp.
at USC 1620. And there is the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
I have a photo of Doug falling into a vat of water last Friday.
Well,
And
after
his-
you kept
wait a
hitting the
second.
button to
His
drop him,
arms are like, ah!
You took a video?
No, I took a photo.
you got a wet
Oh.
Doug picture.
Yeah. Oh, he wet all right, Nick.
You took a nice.
And it was raining. It was absolutely pouring at
Was
the
it?
moment that this was happening. It was quite funny.
Yeah, does the dunk tank really have any effect when it's already raining?
It's already
Or is
there.
it better for you,
Oh, yeah.
the person getting dunked?
I
Because you're
guess-
like, I'm already wet.
I'm already wet.
This
I'm
can't
wet.
hurt me.
I'm wet right now. We got to watch that movie. Nick, it's your turn next time. Maybe you should pick Flight.
I already have like 2 in the queue that I'm ready
Are
to
you
pick,
picking
though.
that 3.5-hour movie next time?
I'm either going to do that next time or I'm going to do Ethos. I don't know which one is going to stay longer.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Nick is going to pick a
three-
3.5-hour epic.
The 3-hour one did move from YouTube to HBO, though, so you won't have to worry about commercials.
Oh, there you go, John. You wouldn't have to worry about commercials.
John, it's one of the most influential movies of all time. You'll like it.
One of the most.
It's fine.
I don't know. You can't say
For
John will
three
like-
and a half hours? It better be the freaking Godfather.
Well, it's
Did
not.
you like The Magnificent Seven, John? Do you like spaghetti westerns that lasted forever?
They did not last 3.5 hours.
John, do you like spaghetti?
I had it for dinner last night.
Say spoiler alert for later on.
Yes, I did. That's true. Good point.
Also, speaking of, stay tuned later in the Grum. We keep giving away qualifications for a great prize.
We can't stop giving them away.
We
We're
cannot.
addicted to it.
There's this whole Oregon game coming up. John's guaranteeing Nebraska is going to win this one. And so if he's wrong, you get to dunk him into a vat of water.
I never guaranteed
That was the
anything.
Indiana game. My bad.
And I didn't guarantee a win there.
But it's the Ultimate Husker Road Trip powered by Woodhouse Auto Family and 1620 The Zone. And so you can qualify right now at 1620thezone.com, but you can get a bonus entry just by listening to our show today. And Nick, we're giving away 2 of these bonus entries today.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I can't wait to find out what happens.
You know what else is awesome?
What?
Did you see this? Did you hear about this last night? Nebraska won the World Series.
I did see.
Cold strike 3. It's all over. The Rugs sweep through the bracket and win the American Legion World Series.
The
Now,
Rugs sweep through because they're sponsored by Carpetland.
Oh, that's funny. So what is this? I've never
That's
even
the
heard
American
of this.
Legion World Series.
So this is not the Little League World Series,
yes.
which I hate.
Yes, this is run by the American Legion.
What's that? What's the age demographic compared to the Little League World
It's,
Series?
this is Lincoln. So the kids are from Lincoln East. This is mainly high schools.
Okay.
It's high school aged.
Awesome.
So this is older than
Mm.
Little League.
Mm.
But, usually a lot of the high schools are sponsored by one of the, area businesses.
Yeah.
And in this case, Lincoln East team is sponsored by Carpetland.
Okay.
And thus the Rugs sweep the World Series.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Good job, Rugs.
Nick, you have any
First
Rugs?
time in 87
I do have
years
Rugs.
that a Nebraska team won the American Legion World Series.
That's so cool. Andy says Josh has never heard of Legion Ball. I've heard of Legion Ball. I just didn't realize that it was a thing that they did nationally.
Yeah, for some reason, whenever I heard Legion Ball, I thought it was just like an adult club league.
I haven't played
kind of
Legion
thing.
Ball. It was like 100 years ago. I don't pay attention anymore. I don't
That's
know.
fine.
I just didn't realize. Well, according not to Andy. Andy's mad at me. I'm sorry, Andy. I'm sorry.
I'm
I
glad
don't
the
care
American
about-
Legion is still a thing. The
I don't
American
like-
Legion back in Manning got turned into apartments.
I won't have children, so I never have to care about kids playing baseball ever again. So I just kind of erased it all from my brain. No
Yes,
offense.
Speaking of organizations, so when we were in Des Moines over the weekend, we were staying at a hotel, and it was next door
was it the Graduate?
to a Shriners headquarters.
Whoa.
But it was such. Of course, if you've ever seen some of these buildings, they're kind of oddly shaped.
Sure.
a lot of peaks and things like that. But there were like 3 outbuildings. So there's the main building,
Mhm.
which where the Shriners meet,
Mhm.
and then they had 3 outbuildings that looked like giant triangular
Well,
sheds.
one of those is where they keep the tiny cars.
Well, that's what we were trying to figure out because the grass was not well kept. Like the weeds were overgrown and stuff. And we're like,
Oh, no.
what are they doing inside of those things?
Mm.
And then you could kind of see through one of the windows as you were driving by, and it looked like there was like stuff piled up. Just very weird, very weird and very random. And then we wondered, hey, does anyone actually go? What do the Shriners do anymore?
I don't even know what Shriners is. You guys keep saying this
Well,
word.
you remember the Shrine Bowl, don't you?
Oh, that. Yeah, I've heard
Yeah,
of this.
they were the
Yeah,
sponsors
you know
of
the
that.
guys in parades with the tiny red hats and the
And the little tiny cars.
Oh, yeah.
Those are Shriners.
Oh, okay.
We,
Dorks, nerds, huge dorks.
Except for when they sponsor us over Christmas time.
I love
for the
them, though.
Festival of Trees.
I say that in
See?
kindness.
See?
I'm a dork and I'm a nerd.
There you go.
Some comments coming in. Andy says that I traded all my baseball knowledge for perfect running stride mechanics. That's definitely true. Let's see. Cody writes, if you won the Oregon trip and have to fly in the middle seat between McFarter and Josh Peterson, will there be any people willing to go or register? Yes, that'd be awesome.
You don't have to worry about Josh or Matt being on the
But
trip.
here's the
with you.
thing. So if you ride next to Matt, he's going to tell you about all the tape he watched. So he can give you a full breakdown of Oregon. And
True.
if you're next to me,
Well, that'll help you get to sleep because it's a longer
and
flight.
if you hang out next to me, you know what I do on airplanes? I don't talk to you. So you don't have to worry about anything. I sit there on my phone or I read a book.
If you were on a plane and somebody came up and like, hey, I'm sorry, I really want the window seat. Would you give it up to them if they really wanted the window seat?
Sure. I don't care. Yeah. I mean, do I?
Yeah, but what if it was the middle seat?
Yeah, that's a bummer. I don't hate the middle that much. It's a bummer, but it is what it is. If they gave me $10, I'd say absolutely. Absolutely.
You'd sell it for $10?
You wouldn't? $10 more. You could buy a beer with $10. You could buy 2 beers on special
I would
occasions.
definitely talk the price up.
Okay. $20.
Definitely.
For $20. All right, cool.
Well, coming up, Steve Sipple is going to join us.
Let's go.
He did not join us yesterday.
Liar.
but he will join us today.
Nice.
Unless he got blown away by the storm that just went through Lincoln.
Apparently, it's terrible in Lincoln right now, man.
Well, it was. I think it's over now.
One of my buddies who's in
Mostly
Waverly,
over.
he says it's downpouring in Waverly right now.
Well, yes, it's right over Waverly. as we
Nebraska?
speak.
The very same,
Whoa.
Nick. Waverly means you're almost to Lincoln. That's what I always think of when I see Waverly. I'm like, I'm almost to Lincoln. Nobody agrees. Okay.
Well, you're right. That's like when I go to Des Moines and I pass DeSoto. I'm like, yep, that's almost Des Moines.
Almost Des Moines.
DeSoto.
There you go.
They have a Quick Star there. I like Quick Star.
Yeah, John.
They all have Quick Stars and Casey's.
Yeah,
Quick
John.
Star. You know what? I think I prefer Quick Star over Casey's. If I have the choice, I'm picking Quick Star.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tough look for Casey's.
Mhm.
All right, we'll be back. Great to have you with us on this rainy day in Omaha. Or maybe it's sunny where you are, but it's always sunny in your hearts.
Nice.
Because we're here.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we're the sunshine in your hearts.
Always.
1620 The Zone.
That's not Sipple's music.
Sure
well,
isn't.
he's done it again.
What on earth?
He's done it again. He's ditched us.
Tough.
It is tough. It's a tough look.
Think you know a guy, you think you have a friend, think you have someone who wants to talk to you every Tuesday at 5:00 and sometimes Wednesdays at 2:50.
That's why when
You
I do
think.
the daily lineup tweet and Sip is joining us, I usually put probably at the end.
That's a good strategy.
Yeah.
It's a good strategy.
Keena says, glad you shooed Matt out for this. Yeah. Matt, get back in here. Let's finish up the crossover. More Cubs and Bears moving out of Chicago talk, please.
No, the Cubs aren't moving. The Bears.
Oh,
are.
my bad.
The Bears.
The Gary Cubs.
Gare Bears.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're not moving out.
Okay.
Not moving out anytime soon. So, well, one of the things I wanted to talk about with Sip has to do with the way that folks have been describing Anthony Calandria within the organization.
Johnny Manziel stuff?
No.
Oh.
Talking about within the team. Like, for example, Dakeil Shorts earlier this week was quoted as saying, Anthony's electric. He's got experience. He's jittery. He's wiry. He's fun to watch, fun to play with. From a receiver's point of view, the play's never dead. He can create a ton of plays with his feet. He can slip out of a lot of tackles. That's just one thing. There's several other things that have been said, but the way that he is talked about within the team about his abilities. This is not the first time Nebraska has had a mobile quarterback. Famously, that's all they had for a long time. Now, they weren't as adept as throwers as Calandria is. But even recently, Taylor Martinez, Adrian Martinez, just a couple of examples. But the way that he is being talked about in terms of his playmaking ability, the fact that he's jittery, the idea that the play is never dead. Well, these things have probably been said before. There seems to be a genuine excitement within the team about the potential. And I wonder how much of this isn't so much the talent as it is the departure from what they previously had.
That he is not Dylan?
That you're going in a completely opposite direction.
Well, and what was the quote from Justin Evans during Big Ten Media Day where if you read it a certain way, it's like, yeah, and he's not Dylan. And those weren't his words.
Well, yeah.
What was the quote?
It was a breath of fresh air.
That's what it was. And so, yeah, I mean, how often around here have we talked about that with head coaches where they're kind of wildly swinging from coach to coach, where it's this kind of personality and then this kind of personality. And then it's always seemingly reverting. And you see that in a variety of franchises and programs. This isn't like just a Nebraska thing. But this, at least at quarterback, seems more pronounced than I can recall. And not even in the Bill Callahan tanking over for Frank Solich, moving from the option to a Joe Daly and then a Zach Taylor type. There is almost and thank God we don't have that kind of quarterback anymore, right? Yeah. And so what does that ultimately mean? What does that ultimately mean for the team? Is there the question that I would have, is there an overrating of the mobility or an over excitement about it just because he is not the former guy? Or is this all put into perspective because how talented he actually is? And that's going to start showing itself.
Michael sent me a stat yesterday on Dylan. His pressure to sack rate. So in other words, how many times he gets sacked when he was pressured.
Dylan's you're talking about?
Was 35%, which was last in the country or among the Power 4 quarterbacks.
Wow.
Last among Power 4 quarterbacks. In other words, when he got pressured, it usually resulted. No, I shouldn't say usually. It was 35%. But more than any other Power 4 quarterback, it resulted in sacks.
Yeah.
And that's why I think some of this is motivated a bit by the Justin Evans or the Evans comment. It's a breath of fresh air. That there is an idea that just because a defensive player gets into the backfield does not mean the play is dead.
Mm-hmm.
It just means that things could get a little crazy here. Hang on. And I think that potential is the most intriguing potential I see with this offense this year. Is
you talking about the broken plays?
It is the broken plays. It's the improvisation. It's the fact that, because, I mean, it was the offense the last couple of years kind of felt, a certain mechanical way where it was drop back, pass, or hand the ball off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to be expected, right? When you have a quarterback who is not as mobile, it's not going to have that same helter-skelter type feel. But once you got a guy who can break contain and extend plays and make things happen, all of a sudden it changes the game. And it gives you the opportunity to make something out of nothing, or make something out of what could be disastrous.
I'm looking at our good friend, Parker Fleming of CFB-graphs.com. One of the cool things on his website that you can do is a quarterback comparison side by side.
Mm-hmm.
And so I pulled up last year's numbers for Calandria and, of course, for Dylan Raiola. You can look at overall numbers. You can look at passing numbers. You can look at rushing numbers. But one of the things that I wanted to look at was sacks and scrambles. And as so often on websites like this, John, there is a color coding where if the square is white, then that means you're pretty average. And then like a light blue, you're above average. Dark blue, you're top tier. And then like a light red, you're below average. And a dark red, you are among the worst of the worst.
Mm-hmm.
And wouldn't you know it, Anthony Calandria has a lot of blue on his side. And Dylan Raiola, John, he has red on dark red on 5 of his 6 categories and a light red on the other. And so last year, and remember, Dylan missed
and these categories are
sacks, sack rate, sack EPA, scrambles, scramble EPA, and total EPA. And these are just sacks and scrambles. And real quick, remember, Dylan Raiola got hurt at the beginning of November.
Correct.
He missed the final few regular season games. And yet he was 118th in the number of sacks he took last year versus 79th for Calandria. Like, that is one sneaky thing. Calandria does get sacked.
He does.
The sack rate, though, Calandria 45th best in the entire country, whereas Dylan 134th best. Sack EPA, Calandria 70th, Dylan 120th. But look at what happens on scrambles. Calandria was the 26th best quarterback in terms of raw scrambles, whereas Dylan was 113th because he just couldn't do it. The EPA on scrambles, Calandria 7th best in the entire country, Dylan 109th in the entire country. And total EPA on sacks and scrambles. AK, are you able to turn this into anything good? And look, it was still negative. It was negative 6.89 for Calandria, but that was 13th best in the country. Dylan was minus 50.42, which is 126th. I mean, completely different types of quarterbacks in their ability to avoid the rush and to actually try to turn nothing into something.
Now, the drawback is the turnovers.
100%. 100%.
So the balance that you have to try to attain is the ability to make something out of nothing. Is that going to offset what you assume will be an increase in turnovers? And if the answer is, well, actually he's going to be better at protecting the ball than he's been at his other stops, that's when really good things start to happen.
Yeah.
But there will be the give and the take. There always is. Quarterbacks that run the ball a little bit more do fumble the ball a little bit more. We've seen that Calandria has that gunslinger mentality, and he'll be willing to take it down the field. But if he makes the wrong read,
throws across his body,
or the defensive linebacker or safety or cornerback makes the proper read, the ball's coming back and going the other way.
Some responses. Doc writes in the text line 402-951-1620. That's what I don't understand about this offense. If they're going into completely different direction, then why did they bring back Danny Kalin? Because he's not Calandria or Latif. Nebraska under the current coach has recruited quarterbacks that all have different skill sets. So how does this fit into the offense? That potential also translates into more holding calls and turnovers. And once the turnovers start piling up, we're going to go back to the Martinez comments.
Well, that there's one point in there that he makes. Yeah, sometimes when you do break contain, that's when you could get a few more holding penalties.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, it could happen. But there's a give and take with everything. Not every mobile quarterback is great, and not every statue is bad.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to, you have to find the right ones. But to the original point
from Doc, about the recruiting of the various quarterbacks,
right.
That one,
that is rather interesting. But you're also looking for depth, right? And you still have Latif in the organization, and you would like to think that you have some flexibility. Remember, Calandria was a shotgun marriage.
Yeah, it happened again. It happened so fast.
If they would have gotten the guy they originally wanted, Anthony Calandria would be, who knows what school he would be at.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And we wouldn't even know the kid's name.
Mm-hmm.
Most of us. And we'd be talking about Kenny Minchie.
Yeah.
And what Kenny Minchie does. But this was the guy that they had. They liked the potential, and we'll see where it goes. Great coaches are going to be able to adapt, right?
So does Nebraska have great coaches? Do they have the coaches on offense?
We're going to find out.
Kyle writes on the
Liquid
Trucking Zone Twitter feed, I prefer a running quarterback too, but a big issue for them is scrambling too soon, breaking the pocket, and being on their own in the backfield, and O-line not having a clue where he is. Yeah, and that's to go back to the text from Doc. That's where you can get some of those holding calls, because there's a timer in these guys' heads of how long they expect to have to pass block. And, if there's some moving and suddenly he's running by you and maybe you just have a little extra grab on the opposition's jersey, then, you are going to get a penalty. It's going to be a completely different type of offense from the quarterback perspective.
Sure it is.
And what he is doing. I am, the glass half full is his ability to extend plays is going to be a massive positive that you will trade all of the good for the whatever the bad is in terms of holding calls.
Mm-hmm.
The ability to push the ball down the field and to take risks. You're hoping that, again, we're talking about a balance. You're hoping that it's weighted more with the good and the long passes and the extended plays and him getting the ball down the field versus the turnovers. You're hoping that the good of him being able to scramble and to pick up 400, 500, 600 rushing yards is okay versus the inevitable fumbles that will happen. That's the thing. You just don't want it to tip in the other direction. And then that's where I start, and I'm guessing you would too, and a lot of people, that's when you start saying, how big is he? And can he survive that level or that type of play in this kind of a conference? Because it's going to be very difficult. Nebraska has had very few seasons in the last 20 years that they have made it through all 11 when it was 11, and then now 12 regular season games without a backup having to start at least once. Last year, the backup had to start the last quarter of the regular season. The year before is one of the outliers when Dylan makes it all 13 games. And remember, he got banged up against UCLA that year, so he still had to miss some time. Can he make it through the season? That's going to be the thing. Because if he has the good, if the good is outweighing whatever the bad is, then it's about health. And can he make it through the whole season?
Certainly it is. One of the other things I wanted to talk with Sip about, because I believe he was the one that initially brought up the idea, but I've seen it proffered elsewhere as well, and that is Matt Rule and how he has kind of dialed back the conversation during press conferences. He's been a little bit shorter this year.
Definitely on Saturday after the scrimmage.
Last Saturday, certainly he was.
And like 45 minutes
and
now.
The theory, one of the theories that is out there is, obviously it's an extension of what has been happening during the offseason, and that is laying low. But also this idea that he's dialing back because he doesn't want to say too much because he's about ready to spring a surprise on folks. In other words, you don't want to say a ton because there's a chance that, hey, this team's going to be really good.
Mm-hmm.
And if we lay low and we don't say anything, and then all of a sudden we're going to shock and awe because we feel that good about our team right now. And this has been done in the past. I've observed teams that have really tried to kind of just keep quiet, and then all of a sudden, bam,
yeah,
season begins, And certainly the beginning of the season gives a lot of opportunity for some BAM.
Yeah.
Hashtag Emerald Lagasse.
Because the opponents
aren't that good.
Yeah. But where you really want the BAM is when they're playing
Certainly.
better teams.
Certainly.
Them going 3-0 isn't a surprise against this competition. The surprise is if they're still performing that way in the next two, and certainly in the Indiana game and beyond.
How much of that do you think is wish casting versus
real?
Versus, hey, he's actually holding back. He's trying not to show his hand.
I think it's wish casting. I think that there is obviously a cognizant effort to be quieter this year. I do not think it's because he thinks that the team is like that. Like, because first of all, he's actually said that he thinks that this is his best team. You know, he was on with the guys from BTN last week, and they were like, "Is this your best team?" And after all of the qualifiers of how much he loves the former players, he was like, "Yeah, this is my best team." And so that's not being quiet. That's him saying what he thinks. I think the other stuff, though, is a cognizant effort by him. The podcasting and how that's gone away.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of media circuit. He's done that the last couple of years. He did not do it this time. You know, he did a few. He was on with people, you know, like Zach Gelb or whatever.
Yes.
But like, I don't recall him doing I mean, maybe has he done a Pat McAfee thing? I don't recall any over the summer. He did last year a Joe Klatt, or 2 years ago he did a Joe Klatt. I don't recall him doing one of those this summer.
No, he did not.
He's done sit downs with some of the local writers, you know, a one-on-one over the summer. I don't recall him doing that this year. And so
I thought they did one with the World Herald.
Did he? Okay, maybe he did.
I think he did.
But I think I don't think he's laying in wait because he knows what he's got. I just think it was more, look, the guy, more than any coach around here ever, knows what the conversation is around him. And I think that he knew that the conversation was, we don't want to hear from you right now. Go away and just do your work. And I think he actually did that, you know? And so whether that's good or bad, I don't think we're going to know until the season begins. Okay. But I'm not viewing it that way. Are you?
I mean, I tend to think that, listen, do they think they're good? Yes. Do they think they could surprise some folks? Yes, but I don't think that's necessarily the reason why the conversation's been dialed back. I think it's just an extension of what has been happening throughout the course of the year. Radman says, I can't imagine Rule wanting to cut back from talking. I think he was told to. I don't think he was told to. I think this was his decision.
Yeah.
Because he recognizes their willingness to be out there last year and then falling flat on their face, especially at the end of the season, is one of the biggest reasons why people are upset. Mm-hmm. Because they felt like they were going to be really good. They were talked up all off season. They were talked up during the season. And then, you know, the contract extension happens. And, you know, that week of the Minnesota game, when the contract extension happened, and then, of course, they fell flat on
that's
their
when
face.
The conversation started, but it didn't happen until the USC week.
What's that?
The actual extension. That didn't happen. Are you talking about the Penn State firing happened Minnesota week?
Oh,
that
Penn
was
State,
when he.
Penn
That's
State
when he kind of
firing.
grand.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
All but that period,
those 2 weeks,
that period of time, is a real. I thought a real turning point for some people in how they viewed Matt Rule.
Could not agree with you more.
And I think that has lingered into the season. And so I think a lot of this is laying low, because I think Rule, say what you want about him, but I do think he has enough self-awareness to know that whatever he says, there's going to be an element of folks who are just going to be like, shut up and show me in September.
Exactly.
Shut up and show me in October.
I mean, it's like when he got hired, there was this excitement of, man, I like the way he talks about Nebraska. But in the moment, I know we recognized, but if things don't go well, what is viewed as a positive today is going to be viewed as a negative tomorrow.
Correct.
Ultimately, that's what's happened. By the way, we have heard from Sipple, and he says he's good if we want to talk to him next.
Are we sure?
Well, he blamed the storm.
Oh, the storm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fine. We'll see if we'll be back with another segment with or without Steve Sipple next on 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
You know, there's one Chicago team that could leave Chicago and more Chicagoans would like them.
Oh?
That'd be the White Sox.
Hi, Sipple.
Sip, did you survive the storm?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dog. You know, if you have a dog. Josh has a dog. Do you have a dog?
I've got 2 dogs.
My dog doesn't care about storms, thankfully.
Well,
it's quite nice.
Wrigley hates storms.
Yeah, I kind of dealing with the dog with Bullet, and but yeah, it was sort of it was a little erroneous on my part too. But here we are, and
That's
sorry.
all right. Don't worry about it.
We talked. It's okay.
Yeah, we did. We talked. We did things.
Yeah.
We did things like, I believe it was you that brought it up in one of your recent columns, but do you think that, you know, because even in his Saturday sessions with the media so far this training camp, he's been a little bit shorter. You know, he's dialed back some of the stuff. Do you think that there's an element that he's trying to withhold stuff because he feels like he's got a winning hand and he doesn't want, you know, to tip folks off?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, that's what you're hoping if you're a Nebraska fan.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. But I just know this. I wouldn't complain about it because, like, you just come off really hypocritical, right? Like, not necessarily. I'm not talking about myself, but there's a lot of, like, you know, he talks too much type, you know, evaluation of him. He says too much. Talks a big game. That's what, you know, that's sort of like the narrative you hear. And now he's not talking. But it doesn't seem like it bothers people that much. I don't know. I don't. It's interesting. I mean, I don't. There's no really criticism I have of it. If there's anything that would approach criticism, it would be kind of would hope for just consistent. You know, just someone who's the same all the time. That would probably be mild criticism. But anyway, he's still not bad, right? As far as our what we're interested in, which is getting information, it's not bad.
Sip, I wanted to ask you about the news of the week with Nebraska, and that's Tyke Hayes. I imagine, you know, I'm guessing you've been catching some crap from people for some of the opinions you had on him when he first signed. And I'm not here to make fun of you. What I wanted to ask you though about that was what like, do you think you were wrong on him? Like, is it about the room that he was walking into at the time and the lack of, I guess, knowing what's going to happen with Mekhi Nelson? Was it him as an individual? I don't even know if I'm asking this question correctly, but I guess what I'm ultimately wondering is, was the bullishness you had on him about him or about the room? And if it was more about him, then has your opinion of the room changed now that he is no longer with the program, if any of that made sense?
Not really. I mean, there's some things I probably overestimated, maybe a little underestimated. He did run well in scrimmage. He can run it. I mean, but there's a lot more to being a running back, and there's a lot more to being a college athlete than just running a football. And he was a long way. You got to be careful how you answer it because you don't want to intimate the reason he was dismissed.
Yeah.
I was told last week that he was at least a couple months away from being a meaningful contributor. Okay, a couple months away. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really feel bad about what I said. He's a talent.
Mm-hmm.
I probably underestimated the complications that came with him, his own complications. And, now, I probably underestimated the part of why is he not at Penn State? Why is he not at Virginia Tech? That type of thing. So, with his former head coach at Virginia Tech, I don't know. But no, I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's a commentary on the current room. I don't think that. I don't think it means that it doesn't enhance my opinion of the current room. I already thought it was okay, and his dismissal doesn't affect that at all.
Sip, probably one of the stories of the week has been the rise of Gunnar Gatula. A lot of folks just assumed, he was going to be the sixth man. He wasn't going to be a starter, and yet sure sounds like, he's getting reps with the ones. Certainly sounds like he is in the running. What would him winning a starting job signify to you?
Nothing profound. It would signify, well, maybe I shouldn't say it that way. I really respect what he's done because, if you just think about our conversations over the course of the last several months, the narrative was the offensive line is set.
Yes.
Right? That, even Jeep Wade contributed. Jeep Wade's the offensive line coach. He contributed to the narrative by saying, I brought in 3 starters. We brought in 3 starters. Gunnar, I don't know if he's privy to all that or not. Some guys don't. Some guys really block out the noise really well. But if, you wonder what he heard, and if he heard it, you wonder what goes through a guy's mind. And he just kept plowing, he just kept fighting. And here he is. Yeah, he's got a great chance to start now. If that yesterday was the 11th practice of camp. This is the last week of camp, as if you define it strictly as the portion of practice before school starts. And there, Tree Boblon was he's on a stationary bike, and Gunnar was with the ones. Now Tree did have full uniform on, including helmet on the bike, so he's probably not too far away. So yeah, it's a tribute. I'd say mainly a tribute to Gunnar Gatula coming back from an injury. They suffered on Halloween last year against USC, and it's a tribute to him grinding through that part of his life where when you're an injured student athlete, you're forgotten. We just forget you. The world moves on, and you're left to rehabilitate, and and who knows if you'll come back or not. And here he is.
I'm to the point now, Sip, where I think that Gunner's going to be the starter for game 1.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't know. I wouldn't surprise me. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to create we're doing a checklist this season. Under the understanding that there's a chance Nebraska, to Matt Rule and what he said last week, does have a better football team, but the record doesn't necessarily show it. They could have a 7-5 season like last year, and yet the team will feel better. And so some of the items that we have on the checklist are that they end the ranked losing streak, right? That they put a scare into one of the two of the 3 big opponents on the schedule, Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State.
Okay.
That they beat Iowa. That they go 4-0 versus Maryland, Michigan State, Illinois, and Rutgers. In other words, the teams that are kind of perceived to be in their neighborhood. That they win 2 games in November, which they have only done twice in the last decade, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, Sip, if there are certain things that you could see happening during the season that even if the record doesn't look better than last year, if I see this out of this football team, it's going to show me progress. It's going to show me that they are better than they were in 2025.
Well, first of all, I would categorize it this way. Anything that involves winning, not anything I would speak against anything that's coming close. So coming close against Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State, no, scratch that one.
Wow.
It means nothing.
I mean,
So,
they're
like,
going to be
moral
three.
moral victories are thrown out for you.
Wow. Okay.
It means nothing.
Yeah.
It means
Because they've done it before, right?
yeah, and it just means nothing to come close. It's nothing.
Even if you're a 3 or 4 touchdown underdog.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but come on, what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
I mean, we're not
Looking for progress.
We're not talking about Akron versus Ohio State. This is Nebraska. No. Coming close is not. Yeah, Josh. I mean, Josh is right. Some of it's that we've been through that song and dance, and some of it's just.
Well, that's why I put the qualifier of 2 out of the 3. Because yes, they have done it. Like they've beaten Ohio State. But I mean, if you can show that you're on the same field with these guys, that you're leading maybe into the fourth quarter against these guys, and yeah, because of the fact that they're just a little bit better than you, they ended up beating you at the end of the day.
Well, I appreciate your qualifier though. But no, you'll never ever talk me into that one. So
I'm not taking it off my list.
It's fine. Beating a ranked team and beating Iowa. I'd say beating Iowa.
Yep.
I don't know which one. Beating a ranked team and winning at Iowa was, it's meaningful. I think you got to beat a ranked team. And what were the 4 teams you mentioned in that cluster?
Maryland, Michigan State, Illinois, Rutgers.
Beat them all, yeah. That would be progress. If I had to rank them, I'd say beat ranked team, beat the cluster, beat Iowa.
Is there anything we're missing? Like Michael
missing anything?
Michael had some ideas the other day that were like, it was very stats based. It was like better red zone, efficiency on both offense and defense, which like certainly is improving, but not kind of where my mind was going. Is there anything we're missing that you think?
I mean, I'd want you to kind of verify this, check the stats, but at some point in the rest of my life, I'd like to see Nebraska be have a stout run defense, like hold teams to 3.7 per carry, which I don't even know. I don't know where that would get you. Where would that get you last year? I don't know.
I can tell you.
Nebraska held opponents last year to 4.82.
Which was one of the worst they've had in a while.
3.7 last year, SIP would have ranked them 30th in the country.
That's pretty good.
35th in the country, excuse me.
Pretty good. Yeah, John, it is pretty good. But
now in 2023, they were at 2.97, which was 6th best in the entire country.
Who that was what year?
That was the first Tony
23.
White. That was the first Tony White, Matt Rule defense.
God dang, they were
awesome.
I'd like to see that again. Yeah, I'd like to see that again.
Yeah,
that would be amazing. I forgot that. I'd have to look at the dynamics of that. I don't want to cut into it. It's good. I'm glad that's good. I'd like to see that again. That would be something. But no, I think your list is good. I mean, I think it's almost perfect, except the coming close, but the qualifier does help that.
Sip, last one from me. We every year at this time, some people, myself included, are one to say, "Hey, this wide receiver room looks pretty good. Maybe it's going to be the best receiver room that they have had in X amount of years."
Here we go again.
And so the latest stuff that I've been hearing though is there's a lot of bullishness from people about Quinn Clark. Quinn Clark this, Quinn Clark that. I'm curious if I have a 2-parter. Do you think that he could become a top 3 receiver on this team? And if you do, who is the odd man out among Barney, Hunter, and Gilmer if he is actually to become a top 3 receiver?
I don't see him becoming top 3 this year because those 3 guys.
Okay.
I don't see it. I think that. I mean, now it's tough. It's a tough conversation, right? Because how close would he be statistically to those guys? A lot of it comes down to, and you guys, you're astute football people. You'll know it. You'll kind of know, even if it doesn't manifest itself statistically. You might be able to see it still, but I don't. I say that because I respect those other 3. They're really gonna. I think they'll really try to get Ja'Cory more involved. They spoke to that, right? He's playing all 3 positions, for instance. I think the world of Isaiah Hunter. Personally, I think he's the best one of them. But what you hear is so much about Gilmer. That like Calandria's chemistry has formed strongly with Gilmer. Watch Gilmer. All right. I like Hunter, and they've talked about getting Barney more involved. And Barney's really the face of the program, right? I mean, really. I mean, that's what I would say. Unless Calandria starts to light it up, he might quickly supplant him. But until then, Barney's. I mean, wouldn't you say Barney's the most high-profile athlete on that team?
Probably, yeah, even though I don't think he's the best receiver. He's certainly well known, and he's been around for multiple years, which is helping him in that category.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so, yeah, I'm not sure. Hey, I think Clark might be a year away from that.
Okay.
Well, Sip, we appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for working your schedule around us and, keeping Mother Nature at bay as much as you could.
Yeah.
And taking care of your pets. You got to take care of your pets.
Yeah, yesterday was it was crazy because that media availability at Nebraska ran so long, and I had another show to do. So, yeah, it's not perfect, but we'll just keep working through it.
We will. We all got to adapt, just like the football team will have to once the bullets start flying this season.
That's right.
Yep.
Man, I hope they adapt, because if bullets start flying, there's
Proverbial
problems.
football bullets.
Oh.
Football bullets.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Sip.
The proverbial bye.
Bye-bye.
That's Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.
He did not like your question. He's calling you a soft weenie. What if they lose close, Sip, to 2 teams? He said, no, thank you. They've done that for a million years.
That's why I put the qualifier
2
on there.
of them.
2 out of the 3, because we've seen them do it.
Outside of the 3 and 9 Frost
wouldn't that show at least some progress? Because they are 3 to 4 touchdown underdogs against 2 of those teams.
Yeah.
Indiana's a 2 touchdown dog right now, currently, according to the analytics. Who knows what it'll become game time? But and remember, this is in lieu of the overall record.
Correct. We are finding a variety of things, and the ultimate decider that we're going to have is how many of these boxes would they need to check? Because it's not all of them. Because if they check all of them, then they're awesome.
Because I'll go the opposite way. We've had teams in here win 9 games and get blown out
for sure
in games like Ohio State and Indiana and Oregon, and it got coaches fired. So obviously, if losing big hurts, losing close shouldn't hurt as much.
Yeah. Though I would say this, the 3 and 9 Scott Frost team played a lot of good teams that year, and they lost all of them close, That didn't mean that they were any closer to what they were.
Yeah,
they finished 3 and 9.
But they weren't playing teams like 3.
Oh, that's not true.
3 legit national title teams.
They played Michigan that year, who went to the playoff. They played Ohio State that year, who almost went to the playoff, and they played Michigan State that year, who was right outside of the playoff, and they played Oklahoma that year, who was also outside. They played that team played all.
Well, I ain't backing off.
Right,
this is staying on the checklist.
Frost.
This is staying on the checklist.
Just saying they did under Frost.
We're looking for progress. Otherwise, we're just going to be those mindless drones going, nope, they got to win at least 8 games or it's not going to be progress.
And we're not doing that.
No. We're just trying to find a checklist. That's all we're trying to find.
The checklist, boys.
We'll be back, and what the heck? We'll finish up that checklist when we come back, and then we're going to talk some 25 teams with LSU. They don't need a checklist this year. Their checklist is make the playoff, win the playoff. That's pretty much it.
Nice.
16-20 The Zone.
By the way, before we get back to the checklist real fast, Old Man Doug says, super hot take, Calandria will have a better season than Kenny. Meanchi.
Interesting.
Yep.
Go ahead and put it on the list.
Okay, get the tomatoes.
Put it on the list. Why the heck not? Chris Blair's going to join us, the voice of LSU, here in about 10 or so minutes.
Nice get, Nick, at 350, which we all knew all the time.
Yes,
we all
100%.
knew it. So here's what we have again on the checklist so far. And again, we're trying to establish benchmarks, items that Nebraska can accomplish so that should the record not indicate that it's a better season, these things might be indication that they are, because not all 7-win seasons are created equal. And with the schedule being what it is, there are a lot of landmines. There are a lot more landmines this year than there were last year. But yet you would definitely hear the critics say, well, but they didn't improve. They went 7-5 again. That's a bunch of crap.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, come on. We all know that not all 9-win seasons are created equal. Certainly some of Osborne's 9-win teams compare a lot better than a lot of Pelini's 9-win teams.
Yeah, which was the argument you and I were having with a lot of the internet Illuminati for years.
So here's the items we have so far. Beat a ranked team or win as an underdog, which could be one.
Could knock out both. Yeah, in the same.
They could knock out both. Yeah.
One fell swoop.
Nebraska is only 2-14 as a true underdog. They've only won twice as a true underdog.
So last year they
and
did
one
it against
was to UCLA.
What's the other one? Do you remember?
Illinois in 23.
Illinois on the Friday night, and that was so both teams finished below 500. And of course, their last ranked win is Oregon 10 years ago.
Sip doesn't like it, but I'm sticking with it. Put a scare into 2 out of these 3: Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana.
Yeah, Matthew says how far we have fallen to have put a scare in on our checklist. The bar has been
lowered. Duh. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. What can I tell you? We can keep saying this all over and over again. Man, this program really fought on hard times. Yeah, no bleep, Sherlock. How often are we going to say that?
Yeah, many times, I'm sure.
2 wins in November.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
2 wins in November.
Because they've only done it
twice in 10 years.
And Rule has never done it.
Best
record they've had is 1-3, and they've done it twice.
Go 4-0 versus Maryland, Michigan State, Illinois, Rutgers. These are all teams that are pretty much in Nebraska's neighborhood.
Yeah, and so
if they were to be the best house on the block.
Yeah,
that's
the neighborhood they're in. It's not a great neighborhood, but you want to be the best.
Yeah,
you know, maybe everyone has a horrible Christmas lights, but at least yours are a tiny bit better.
Beat Iowa.
Yeah, I mean it's an easy one to include. You want to beat the team on your schedule that you hate the most. You know, no matter what their record is, no matter what ranking they have.
This one was submitted by a friend, Chris.
I saw this.
Retain and sign the recruiting class. They've got a good recruiting class, but if they don't retain it and sign it, namely a couple of guys, it could feel like, ooh, things didn't go well.
Can I add a item to the checklist?
Of course, that's why it's not done.
Now, this does have a qualifier, and that is this. Win a game that you are trailing at halftime. They haven't done it.
Yeah, but what if they do that against North Dakota? What if they have one of those sloppy first halves where they're down like 10-9 against North Dakota, and then in the second half they score like 4 touchdowns and they win 31-10?
What if it is, I'll offer you 2 more options. Win a Big Ten game you're trailing at halftime, or win a game that you were trailing going into the fourth quarter? Or is that still too kind of wishy-washy?
Well,
they just don't do it. You know, I'm trying to find things that they don't do for them to accomplish that would make.
I just wonder if that's so narrow.
It is. It's a very narrow. I mean? You're right.
That is. I don't. The fourth quarter one's intriguing.
And then here's the other question I would have: whether this is the final list, how many of these do they need to do?
Well, that's the other part of this. Is we
got to figure that out too.
I would say if they hit. I say 3, hit half of them.
Yeah, that'd be my guess too. If you hit 3 of these,
hit half of them.
I think you're feeling pretty good.
Also,
and they almost have a free space with this recruiting class one, barring a catastrophe. I think that they're going to be able to do that.
Sure.
So it's almost like, okay, then you just got to do 2. You know, can you beat Iowa? If you beat Iowa, that's actually halfway to another one. You know,
Yeah.
if you beat Iowa, then you can go 2-2 in November because that means you have to win Rutgers or Illinois or Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't you do that? You know, why can't
Sure.
you do that? Now, Sit Destroyer says Iowa is an automatic L. Yeah, I'm going to pick them to lose, but I'm just saying, if you can do that, you can do that.
What if we had one in there about turnovers? You know, one of the things that has been a weird trend for this program under Matt Rule is even when they break even on turnovers, they have a losing record, which historically has never been the case. Historically, Nebraska wins about 70% of its games that they break even on turnovers.
Yeah, it's not because they're not as talented.
And
as
they have a losing record. What if we stuck something in there about it's a way of overcoming their own mistakes?
Win a game where you lose the turnover battle?
Or maybe it's win multiple games when they either break even or lose the turnover battle.
Not bad. No, that
might be very narrow.
Yeah,
very.
for sure.
I kind of like the 6 that we have.
I think that these are actually a pretty good list.
So we agree that if they hit at least 3,
good season.
If they hit at least 3, it will be acceptable towards progress.
Yes. Because it's hard to imagine them doing 3 of these things and not at least
and not winning
7.
at least 8 games.
Well, that too. But, you know, I think you can get to 7 if you do this.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a done thing. If someone comes up with another whiz bang one, we'll put it on there. But
let's decide by Friday when we're at the Phoenix. Or do you want to decide by the end of the show?
I mean, we can.
How about this, Nick? How about somebody calls right now, 402-951-1620. The first person to give Nick an idea for the checklist, they get a bonus entry into the Oregon trip, and maybe we'll add it to our list.
Maybe we'll
How about
add
that?
it to our list.
But you will
like
get
it.
the bonus entry at 402-951-1620.
Sure, why not? Add an item to the list.
Awesome.
Add an item to the list. Like my friend Steve, box on my checklist, a quarterback that doesn't run around mimicking Patrick Mahomes before the game or do the gimme, gimme, gimme sign with his hand waiting for plays.
I actually think they're going to check that box immediately. Good call, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve.
And Steve's a Chiefs fan.
Nice job, Steve.
He was annoyed by it, and he's a Chiefs fan.
We all were.
All right, LSU, 25 teams next, 16-20 in the zone.
countdown is on.
Flag way, intercepted again. Coming down the sideline. Deshaun Spears, touchdown Tigers. Nussmeier quickly to the slant, and a break free on the catch and run by Kyle Parker, and he takes it to the house for 43 yards. Here's the toss, and here we go. And Van Buren can throw, and it's caught. That's Kyle Parker. And it is Barry. And it is a first down. And he's going to go down wisely. That basically puts the game away. Smart move by the freshman there to ice the victory for LSU.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grubs.
You know, not much has been made of this in this offseason, but I think it's a real big risk.
Yeah.
That LSU is moving away from a true son of the South, a Cajun.
Yeah.
Like
Brian Kelly.
Like Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
And going to
a son of Nebraska.
A son of, he is.
Lane
People
Kiffin.
forget Lane Kiffin is of Nebraska. He was born here.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the folks in Louisiana will accept him with open arms.
Chris, are you happy that you have one of us down there coaching your team this year?
Yes, indeed. Good to join you guys. Hey, I've said it for years and years and years. I think Nick Saban proved it. You fit in Louisiana if you put some wins together. Lane Kiffin puts wins together. Nobody going to ask where he's from.
Absolutely.
That is so true. What's interesting is, and you've been around it, Chris Blair, the voice of LSU, joining us in 25 teams and 25 grums. There's drama that always surrounds LSU, both on and off the field. You got Lane Kiffin, who brings his own sense of, drama to the situation, a lot of attention. Sell me on the point that this combination is gonna work.
Pretty easy. When you guys, I'll take you back in time to, late October, early November, and everybody's guessing on who LSU is targeting, who LSU can legitimately get. And as soon as smoke really started to surface around Coach Lane Kiffin, that was a no-brainer. He fits what they love here at LSU, which is not shying away, hitting things head on, sometimes saying things that maybe everybody else doesn't want to hear. Again, this is a place in LSU and a fan base where if you're their guy or you're their gal, you're theirs, and they will fight. They will drop everything, and they will fight to defend you. And, again, I kept telling people, I understand what he has built at Ole Miss. I understand the success that he has had and this transformation that he himself talked about after coming to Oxford. And that's a good thing. I mean, he has continued to say it was a good stop for him for both professional and personal reasons. But there was no doubt in my mind once LSU locked in on Lane Kiffin that he was going to be the head coach of the LSU Fighting Tigers. And, I don't sense there's as many people, and I know you guys were having some fun and jest.
Yeah.
I don't sense here in the state of Louisiana, or for that matter, anybody in the SEC feels like this wasn't an automatic fit. In fact, I would argue there's probably some in the SEC going back to Coach Kiffin's days as the OC at Alabama that nobody in the SEC wanted to see him as a head coach. Then he goes to Ole Miss. You saw what he did there. Now he's at LSU, where everything a coach would ever need to be successful, there's really nothing he doesn't have at his disposal at any given moment.
Well, Chris, along those lines, another big picture question before we start diving into the individuals on the roster. What, in your opinion, are the expectations for this first season? Because while year one is year one, the roster that he has brought in via the portal and recruiting class seems to be quite strong, led by a quarterback in Sam Levitt that is a lot of experience, and we know how good Kiffin is at developing those QBs. What is a fair expectation for 2026 in your mind?
And, I've talked to a lot of fans. I've talked to a lot of people on the ground that have been around LSU football a lot longer than I have. And I get the sense that it's kind of layered, guys, in the sense that first and foremost, they need to be able to put points on the board. Now, that doesn't say, well, if you lose a game 48-46 or you lose multiple games 48-46, they're going to be happy. That's not true. But you're going to have to put points on the board. And that's something LSU struggled with truly since, the 2022 and a little bit of the 2023 season. It's really struggled the last 2 years. So that's number one. Number two, defensively, you've got to take some major step forward. And I thought it was a great decision on Coach Kiffin's part to keep Blake Baker. There's 11. As I look at fall camp today, I see 11 of 22 what I call first stringers, offense and defense, that are transfers. The 11 that are returning, the majority of them are on the back end of LSU's defense, and they were thrown into the deep end at an early juncture of their tenure. So they should be better. So I think that's kind of the two things. If you're asking wins and losses, I think you're at a point now, and this isn't an LSU thing. I think this is a Power 4 thing. I think every fan base in the country, when you're putting 20, 30, 40 plus $1 million into a roster, and at least that's what the public believes, it's playoffs or bust. Now, at LSU, the expectation is kind of there, but even before the playoffs were even a thing. I mean, you were expected to compete for a national championship. So that's still there. But I think realistically, guys, it really looks as though you've got to get into the playoffs in year one. And that, again, is not just an LSU thing. I think that's pretty much the standard now when you look around the Power 4 conferences. So the expectations are high. But I don't know if it's title or bust just yet. I think it's more playoffs or bust.
Chris Blair, the voice of LSU. Sam Leavitt, as we mentioned, he's the new starting quarterback, but an embarrassment of riches coming in at wide receiver. It almost feels like, at least in terms of the passing game, what could go wrong?
Yeah, I think they certainly have the horses to be able to really utilize the passing game. And you know what's interesting, having called games for years when Coach Kiffin was the OC for Nick Saban in Alabama and then transferring over as the head coach at Ole Miss. We all remember the big home run plays, where the snaps made, the ball's in the air, and you see Coach Kiffin's clipboard go 100 feet in the air because he knows he's caught the defense napping. That doesn't happen if you can't run the ball consistently and effectively. And that's another giant problem for LSU. Really, I would argue you got to go back to the 2019 season to see an LSU offense that could run when they wanted to, whether it be first down or third and long. That just wasn't an option over the last, now 7 years. So even though, yes, I think, Sam Leavitt being an addition at quarterback, if you get the 2024 Sam Leavitt that we saw without injury, yeah, I think he opens up a whole plethora of that playbook for both Coach Kiffin and Coach Charlie Weiss Jr., the OC. But I still think you're going to have to run the football effectively. And frankly, that starts at the point of attack. And that's where LSU has struggled on offense, on the offensive line, as well as on the defensive front. So I think with all the skilled players on both sides of the ball, the emphasis really has been, how do we ramp up our physicality, our speed, and our smarts, if you will, on the line of scrimmage.
Chris, looking at things through the air, is Jace Brown, you think, going to be the number one target for Leavitt? And do you think he can be a 1,000-yard guy for the first time in his career?
Yeah, because I think he can be the guy that is the X factor to stretch the field. Again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but the fact that LSU wasn't able to stretch the field with Garrett Nussmeier, who, again, guys, I know he was much my line last year. We found out that he indeed was injured most of the year, but the guy has an electric arm, and I think he's going to show it at the next level. But they didn't have that potential. And again, a lot of it was because defenses could just pin their ears back and say they can't hold pass protect. They have no ability to run the football. So we're just going to not necessarily crowd the box to stop the run. We're just going to crowd the box and come after the quarterback. So I think between Leavitt and his ability when healthy, and we're told that he is 100% ready to go, not just his running ability, but his ability to extend plays, move the pocket, and allow guys like you just mentioned to get over the top of defenses. So I think that he has the potential to rack up a ton of yards and a ton of scores because, again, I think he's the guy who can take the top off of defense.
Chris Blair joining us, the voice of LSU, as the Tigers are our team today in 25 teams and 25 grums. The self-proclaimed portal king also did some work on the offensive line. Do you think there was enough to rebuild the offensive line from last year?
Again, it sounds like going into the 2026 season, the biggest question mark is going to be this melding of the offensive line with a couple of transfers brought in. Similar to the defensive side, a number of young guys were tossed into the fire last year. They had some good moments. They had some not so good moments. But a new voice now in the offensive line room. a new emphasis on, again, the ability to run the ball with a very good stable of running backs, along with a dual threat, really good runner in Sam Levitt. I think they're optimistic. Now, will we get that answer? I'd love to say we get that answer on September 5th against Clemson, but that may be more of a, hey, week 3, week 4, some sample size to see whether or not they've been able to really turn the corner up front on that offensive line. But I think they feel good with the talent. Again, how much do they become one unit with 5 guys? How much substitution will they be able to do without dropping off considerably? That is the question. Ultimately, they want to get to a point where year after year, they can go to the depth and not lose a lot. I just don't know if they're going to be there in 2026, even with all the riches they were able to find out of the transfer portal.
Chris, other side of the ball, how important was it to retain Blake Baker as defensive coordinator this year?
Well, I just think he's a really, really good coach. And I know that sounds like the most vanilla answer in the world, but I've spent some time around Coach Baker. Our color analyst on the broadcast is very close with Coach Baker. And his philosophy in this day and age of high-flying, high-scoring offenses is that you absolutely cannot be reactive to what you're seeing. You've got to be proactive. You've got to disrupt things. So you have to be aggressive. I think, again, with the returning players that I mentioned, 11 of 22, the vast majority of them, like Deshaun Spears, like an incredible freshman like DJ Pickett at corner who had some great moments last year. You bring in a guy like Ty Benefield, who has been a thumper at Boise State. I think he will translate well. And then TJ Daugherty to join Whit Weeks on the backside on that linebacker position. I just think that now he's got some chess pieces on the board where he can really try to disrupt what offenses want to be and what they want to do. So, again, not a huge surprise that Coach Baker was held over because he's held in high regard across the country, well respected, had an opportunity to maybe get some head jobs in the offseason. He talked to the media last week and said he wants to bring a national championship to LSU. He loves the people here. He loves the fans here. I think he probably didn't say this out loud, but now he's got an offense that can put more than 14 points up on the board. I think he's pretty excited about what his defense can do.
Chris Blair, the voice of LSU. The highlight in the portal on the defensive side was stealing away 2 really strong pass rushers from SEC rivals, Princewell Umanmielen, we remember that name, from Ole Miss, and Jordan Ross from Tennessee. How does it look on that defensive line this year? Of course, LSU's always been known for turning out great defensive pass rushers.
Yeah, I think that's to me one of the big things to look at very early on with both Princewell and the other side, because Kevin Peoples also retained as the edge rushing defensive end coach, and I think he's one of the best in the business. I try not to say that a lot because I want him staying here as long as possible. But again, another holdover from last year. Now you've got 2 veteran guys who've been in the battles in the SEC, as you just pointed out. And even though LSU was really susceptible the last couple of years on the big gash plays, both on the run and certainly through the air, when you go back and watch the film, a lot of times they were asking corners and safeties to be on an island against talented SEC receivers for a long, long time because there was the inability to get pressure on the pocket. And so while everybody was screaming about, the defensive backfield struggling, that's kind of a 2-job scenario. And I think with Coach Peoples, I think with Coach Baker's philosophy and adding those 2 on both ends means that that's going to give some relief to some really talented players, as I mentioned, with DJ Pickett at corner. I think they feel comfortable that if they can get some pressure, they don't mind a guy like Pickett matching up with the top receivers in the conference and holding their own. They just can't do it. I mean, I don't care how good a corner you have. If you've got to cover these guys for 8, 10, 12 seconds, good luck.
Chris, you have been calling LSU football games since 2016. Where does Ole Miss rank in terms of most anticipated games before a season in your time? I have to imagine if it's not number 1, it's really close to being number 1.
Well, I'll illustrate it this way, and I've told this story a bunch over the last 8, 9, 10 months. When I got to LSU, a lot of the fans would tell me, man, you should have been around back in the old LSU Ole Miss days. It used to be one heated rivalry. Not so much, at least from the LSU side, for maybe my first 8 seasons, 9 seasons. It has immediately jumped up to the rivalry game. And that matchup, having to go 2 years in a row up to Oxford, again, I hope a lot of it is overblown because it is just a football game, ladies and gentlemen. But that's going to be that'll be a unique experience. And I've been doing this now 20, almost 30 years. Just the storyline around that matchup is going to be unlike any I've ever seen. So now when you ask an LSU fan, yeah, Ole Miss is right there at the top. So I'm sure the Rebel fans are ready to get after the Tigers. And believe me, when they head up to Oxford, the Tigers are going to be looking for the Rebs.
Oh, yeah.
The ghost of Billy Cannon will be on that game, my friends. If you know your college football history, you know about that play. Chris Blair, the voice of LSU. Should be a lot of fun. Hope you enjoy it, and we'll look forward to seeing what the Tigers can do in 2026. Thanks for joining us.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me. Yes, indeed. Buckle up.
Thank you, Chris.
Chris Blair, the voice of LSU.
So that's week 3. Before that they also play Clemson in week 1. So think about that, man. In the first 3 weeks, well, then throw in week 4. Texas A&M comes to town. I mean, massive games. Their season, they could be out of the playoff race by the time October rolls around, or they could be maintaining, they could be okay, or they could be in a really, really great spot. I'm just curious in terms of that matchup, particularly the Ole Miss one, about the emotions. There's going to be so much talk about it. It's going to be vitriol. LSU, it was right before Chris became their play-by-play guy. Of course, they had those years when Nick Saban became the coach of Alabama. Going to Death Valley was the huge thing, right? Where that was the place where it's like, oh, yeah, now they're going to remind him that he left there. And so they've dealt with it from that perspective, and now they're going to deal with it from the other perspective. And so it's going to be important that night, in particular, keep your emotions in check. We'll be talking, it's 1 month from today that game takes place. I imagine we'll be talking about it, in a month.
But look at the back half, especially the month of November.
Yeah, brutal.
Alabama, Texas, at Tennessee, at Arkansas.
Think about that. Their last home game is the 14th.
Yeah.
And they're done at home unless they get a playoff game.
And it's against Texas.
Yeah.
The week after Alabama, which has been the modern day rivalry for LSU, right? Alabama LSU game. Yeah. And that game could be a playoff eliminator.
Yeah, certainly. If you can get through September, okay. October, very manageable. And then November is hell, So you really want to be, 7-1, 6-2, you'd be feeling okay, but with a lot of work to do. 7-1 or 8-0, and you're feeling great. I don't know what to expect with this team. Lane Kiffin teams have been volatile over the years. Last year, notwithstanding, right? Like last year's team was the most consistent, which is funny because it had to deal with the most crap with all the rumors about what was going to happen. But think about it. The year before, that was a really talented Ole Miss team, and they dropped some stinkers, I think, against Florida and Kentucky, eliminated them from the playoff race. That's always been the case with him, is that they have been inconsistent until last season. Can he bring some of that consistency over to this year's group? Because the expectations are very high. I don't know, man. They're so talented, but I just find it a little hard to believe that they're going to be able to get through this year unscathed enough to get into the playoff. I think that's more of a 2027 thing, but I could be wrong.
Well, they're going to be in a similar trap to a lot of these SEC teams.
9 conference games?
The 9 conference games and the loaded schedule that they have. You're talking Ole Miss and A&M and Alabama and Texas, playoff teams.
Yeah, for sure.
And Tennessee, a couple of years ago, playoff team who aspires to get back.
Clemson, a couple years ago, playoff team.
Clemson.
Auburn, Kentucky, new coaches.
It's a very, very volatile schedule.
Yeah, it really is.
I told you that there is another earlier on.
Yeah.
We've been wondering, we don't have we haven't heard from our friend Kelly Ford, K Ford, for a long time.
I don't think we're going to. I think Kelly Ford is gone. Not from the earth, just from the internet.
Well, look what I found.
Oh, what's this? This looks like Kelly Ford.
It does.
Wow.
These are the pair ratings. Remember, we talked about this during college baseball season.
Oh,
he's doing college
baseball.
football. No. This is football, Josh.
I don't want baseball standings right now, John.
These are not baseball standings. This is football. He is diving into football.
What's his name on Twitter? Pair?
Yeah, pair ratings. Pair ratings.
Okay.
Is what it is.
What's he telling us? Are they going to be good?
Now, this is the Big Ten. I didn't mean to put that one up. I meant to put up the SEC one because we were just talking about LSU. But according to the pair ratings, 5.2 SEC wins, 5th in the conference. With a
dang it, I gotta follow this guy.
42% chance of 6.
I'm worried, Nick, that I don't want to see college baseball on my timeline.
This is not college baseball.
No, but I'm just worried that he's going to talk about it from time to time on my timeline. I'm going to say, get it out of here.
Such a snowflake.
No, I'm not. I just don't want to
Yes,
hear
you
about
are. Oh my God, he's someone else like somebody other than football. He must be
I
terrible.
just don't want it this time of year, John. You know how you're always talking about your seasons?
Josh, this is
I know, I saw my Twitter
football.
account.
This is football.
I understand. Tell me more. Tell me more
This
about
is
this.
football.
LSU 5th best? 5.2?
LSU fifth best.
So that's 5 and 4.
That's 5 and 4.
Alabama, I do not understand the love for them. I am selling on the Tide right now, John. Selling.
Only a moron would sell on the Tide.
Really? At this moment in time?
Yep.
No way. Okay. You're I thought you were kidding. You're serious? You're not selling on the Tide right now?
I'm not buying them either.
Oh, so you're holding?
I'm going to hold.
Kenneth writes, sir, another advanced metrics rating system is hit college football. That's true. We love them. I love them.
We like the graphs and the charts.
We do. We do.
Coming up, we're going to follow up on our conversation from yesterday on the sellout streak.
Okay,
but
yeah, we got some good responses.
But next, we have Mitch Holtis waiting in the wings.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
With a Chiefs training camp update on 1620 The Zone.
Yeah, it's just being physical, knowing your job and doing it at a high level. Spags always talks about having smart players out there, so being smart, physical, playing fast, and knowing what you're supposed to do.
Okay, one thing's playing the run. What about playing the pass?
Yeah, playing the run, that's one thing. Playing the pass, dropping in your zone, matching different routes. Playing the Sam, you kind of do a little bit of everything. You pass rush, play the run, play the pass. So it's a unique spot in this defense.
That is linebacker Cooper McDonald. And this is Mitch Holtis, brought to you by Hy-Vee, the world's best tailgating. Begins at Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Cooper McDonald, great story. I mean, a guy who was undrafted a couple years ago and has found a niche and now hoping to land even more playing time in 2026.
Did you guys guess Cooper McDonald?
I did not.
No, we missed it.
I'll be honest,
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah, we missed it.
Stibbs would have guessed it. Incredible story. He wasn't even he was last year's Khalil Benson, meaning not drafted. He went to 3 different colleges. He was at TCU, I think UNLV, Washington before that. Played at a high level in northwest suburbs of Fort Worth. But we didn't even take him a priority undrafted free agent. He shows up with cleats over his shoulder like a Dennis Quaid movie. Not only makes the team, he becomes the leader in special teams, and now he may start on this team. But I will say this, the biggest loss of in my opinion, of the offseason and free agency with the class of 2022, and I love McDuff, and maybe it's a tie with Trent McDuffie, but losing Leo Chanel is a big deal. When they lost him to the Commanders, they're still trying to figure out how to replace him on this year's team.
Mitch, what is the overall vibe of camp as they've gotten, 3.5 weeks in now? By this point, it's usually dog days of summer kind of conversations, ready to hit other teams, et cetera, et cetera. Have they reached that point?
If I could give you one scene from a movie, it's Tim Robbins waiting for the thunder to crack so he can take the rock and hit the sewer pipe.
Great reference. My favorite movie.
That is a good reference.
That's such a good movie. But they're waiting to get out. And there's one more 10-10-10 practice. Coach Reed pushes them this week, 3 days, not only coming back, which is a challenge mentally, but to go 3 more days in pads. And we're beaten up. Now, we got Chu Godric back on the offensive line, but we were down 4 offensive linemen yesterday and down 2 starters. Trey Smith's been out, but now Josh Simmons had a back tighten up on him. It's time. The work is done here, and now to move on.
Mitch, going back to linebacker for a moment, you mentioned not having Leo Chanel anymore is certainly going to be a hit, but a former Chief who played with the Super Bowl Chiefs does return. Cam Jones has been reacquired. So what do you think that means for the linebacking group?
I want to see what Cam can do, or is he just, hey, we need a body in here? Cam was good on special teams. His first stint here looks a little different. He's a little bit bigger, but I don't know if they'll throw him into the fire. Probably will, because they may need him just for a person body on the field against the Buccaneers. So I don't have a complete answer for you, but they've got to figure something out. There'll be 6 linebackers make this team, and 3.5 of those have got to be really good special teams contributors. That's why Cooper McDonald, if he becomes a starter, you got to still figure out a way, which they did with Leo, because Leo was really good on special teams, is still have a guy be a starter in the base, but also be a 4-core teams player.
Mitch, for the longest time when it was 4 preseason games, you kind of knew the ebbs and flows of what the first one looked like, what the second one looked like, what the third one looked like, and what the fourth one looked like. Yeah. It's really changed over the last decade. Sean McVay comes in, and I think he starts sitting everybody, and then a lot of people follow. The Chiefs have not always done that. I'm curious, preseason game number 2, given that there are now 3, what are they hoping to find? What are they looking for in this one in a few days down in Tampa?
They got to start getting some definition on the offensive line other than the ones you know about. So a Khalil Benson, Hunter Norzad, Mike Caliendo, Estapole. You're probably going to keep 9 offensive linemen because you need that 10th spot somewhere else. But who's that 9 going to be?
who's the extra sixth man blocker? I know I'm kind of repeating some stuff I said 2 weeks ago, but that's where we're at. Don't have answers there. Then defensively, Ashton Gelati has re-injured or injured a foot. He had a hamstring earlier, just missed so much camp time, and now he's got another injury that's unrelated, I think, to the hamstring. You got to figure out what your rotation is going to look like up front. I like the defensive line, but who's going to be in and out, particularly if Gelati's out? And then is L'Jarius Sneed going to be ready, up and running for the Broncos in week 1? If he's not, then what does your secondary look like in your nickel and dime combos and with your safeties? So I know that's a lot, but that's where we're at. Still more questions than answers, I would say, at this point.
Well, the Bucks are coming up this weekend, but coming up tomorrow, it's Thursday. And we have dedicated Thursdays to one thing and one thing only. And that is celebrating the greatness of Ty Simpson.
Oh, it's new. Is that a new bit, Mitch? Ty
and
Simpson
it's
Thursdays?
Emmett Johnson Thursdays. Emmett Johnson.
I thought he was quoting one thing only, the Hunt for Red October. I thought he was giving me another movie.
We're hitting all these good movie references today.
Yeah, and that was actually Ty Simpson in that movie. I think Ty Simpson, I've heard they're already sizing him up for Gold Jackets.
Well, they should be.
Yes. I maybe the most brilliant pick the Rams have ever made. And with the huge database of the 15 starts at Alabama and then the 2 quarters against us, I think it's there.
It's enough for me.
Obvious.
It's enough for me.
Yep, there you go.
But Emmett Johnson tomorrow.
Yep, Emmett Johnson Thursday. And I go into the part of Emmett Johnson's game where actually he's improved dramatically, but we'll dive into pass protection and being a pass receiver. So we're going into that. But this is another big week for him because he hit a plateau, he climbed, he plateaued, he's now climbing again. And so where does he go? The Tampa Bay game, again, is next step for Emmett.
All right, Mitch, we appreciate it. We'll look forward to it tomorrow.
All right, see you, boys.
Thank you, Mitch.
That's brought to you by Hy-Vee, your official tailgate headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football.
So, Nick, do we have a new drop?
Husker head coach Matt Ruley. Matt Ruley.
It's important to be able to say names correctly.
Matt
John.
Ruley.
Especially when you're speaking directly to the audience here. You know, if I were to hop on a London news report and I said, somebody's name wrong, well, I'm an American. I'm not supposed to say their name correctly. Yikes. Matt Ruley.
Matt Ruley.
That's good.
Matt Ruley.
Nice. Thank you, Nick. That is excellent. Yeah, we got multiple texts saying, hey, what's up with this news report saying Matt Ruley?
Matt Ruley. Husker head coach Matt Ruley.
By the way, we're not into full-fledged tailgate season. We're talking about, tailgating. Yeah. Preseason games don't deserve a full-fledged tailgate.
And yet they were tailgating down there on Saturday.
But here's what you do. When you go to Hy-Vee for your Chiefs gear this week, get you some Dots pretzels.
Yeah.
And get the honey mustard.
Yeah.
I discovered these over the weekend.
Had you never heard of Dots pretzels before?
No, I've had Dots pretzels. I didn't know they did a honey mustard. And my friend brought some with us on our trip. And those things are money. And then I found out we have them in the break room. So I got a little bag of those. Those are so good.
Yeah, I saw you open your bag of chips in a different way. You do it from the side.
Well, I just opened wherever it was going to tear.
A walking taco?
Yeah, that's what John did. I saw him open, and then he was
that's the way it opened. I just tore it open, and that's the way it opened, so I just kept ripping.
Those make my fingers stink.
I'm not going to judge.
But they're so good.
I'm not going to judge anyone for opening chips because I famously, when I eat chips here, I open them in a very specific way to have a chip plate so I don't get crumbs and stuff everywhere. I use the bag as a plate.
Cool.
It is cool, Josh.
That's why I said it's cool.
Do chip plate.
Before we get to the Sellout streak, I didn't want to read this text.
Matt Ruley.
Mike, yes, thank you. I heard that and was like, WTF, Matt Ruley? Matt Ruley.
During the break, I will go back into the newsroom and have a conversation.
Husker head coach Matt Ruley.
That person out there here?
I will. I'll see if I can find them.
Okay, perfect.
Meantime, we'll be back.
Awesome.
Dumb debates.
Oh,
I have one that could be very on brand.
Classic John.
On 1620 The Zone.
Matt Ruley.
I talked to Herm in the newsroom.
What did he say?
And I just said it's.
He said you're being unruly, John.
I said it's Matt Rule.
You're being unruly.
So Herm promised me it won't happen again.
John says, wait until you hear the news guy say Calandria's last name multiple times. I can't even impersonate it. And he says, it's got to be A. All right. No, this is a person. What's his name? Herm?
Yeah, I just talked to him.
I'm going to call him Hermy.
No, it's Herm.
No, well, he doesn't know how to say Matt Rule.
Are we sure it's not pronounced Hermes?
Nice. Ermy.
A man is allowed to make mistakes.
Ermy. No.
We
make fun of Nick when
Ruley.
he makes mistakes. Why
Yeah.
can't we make fun of Ermer?
Husker head coach Matt Ruley.
It's an innocent mistake.
Innocent. Wow.
It's innocent.
Innocent.
So yesterday,
Matt Ruley.
when Sip ditched us,
Yep.
we forgave Sip, by the way.
We did. Yeah, we had a good discussion yesterday, and we had a good discussion today.
We had a
always
good discussion on the potential end of the sellout streak. And while I acknowledge on this Grum, we haven't necessarily bought into it, the mythology of it is still a big deal to a lot of folks around here.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about this today as I was driving in, because every game, every home game at the end of the first quarter, they do the big announcement on the attendance.
Yeah.
And they always end it with, and that is the 403rd consecutive sellout at Memorial Stadium. And where I sit in the press box, I look across to the East Stadium. And on the facade of the East Stadium, it's got, NCAA record consecutive sellouts. And then, of course, it's got the digits.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking today about the process of, if that is allowed to end, how strange it will be if that's not there anymore. And I know it sounds silly but it's something that's been a part of this program for 64 years. And it's been an identifier here in the state. Got an email from John.
Mm-hmm.
And what he said was, I ultimately come down on this. You cannot let it die. This is from John.
Mm-hmm.
The streak is not for diehards. I'd go even further and say it's not even for the state. It's for the random fan in North Carolina who hears that and randomly says, that's pretty cool. We all know it's fake at this point, but it doesn't matter. People outside don't have any idea or even care. We live in the internet age. Everything is fake. Ha. My love for sports talk started 25 years ago when Jim Rome was on the air. He'd have Michael Strahan on the show, and he'd joke about getting the gap fixed in his teeth. And Jim would say, no, you need to get that widened, meaning, why would you ever give up the thing you're known for? Now, of course, Michael Strahan was known for being a great defensive player and a pass rusher, but it was an identifiable mark.
It certainly is when he's on TV, which he still is all these years later, 20 years after retiring.
And there is something to be said about this being an identifier and
absolutely
and just something that you can always point back towards. Because I've long wondered, if they ever allowed it to die, how it would be handled. And then how would people react?
Yeah, how would it be handled in the moment? How would it be handled in the lead up? How would it be handled in the game when they do the usual, hey, and this is another one, How would all of that be handled?
Yeah. I mean, does it ultimately mean anything towards winning and losing? No, of course not.
No.
Of course not. But it can be as important. Imagine if the Dallas Cowboys decided, we're going to get rid of the star. We're just going to put a D on the side of it or whatever. There'd be a lot of people who'd be like, but that's what we're known for.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes symbols and things like streaks are things that become a part of you, become an identifiable mark. And it's one of those things that's like, oh yeah, that's the place that always supports its team, win or lose. And it's been even more impressive whether we believe it or not, whether we believe the kayfabe or not. That's irrelevant. The point is, it's still out there.
Well,
it's still a part of the myth.
Isn't that what's I think maybe so unique about the discussion we had yesterday? You and I have gotten on the show many times over the years, wondered, hey, would they actually let it die? But we never had hard, fast numbers like we did yesterday, and shout out to WOWT who called the athletic department and got where they were at, which was 8,000 to 10,000 tickets short on every game, not just some, not just one, all of the games. See, now, so that was one side of the equation. Jake emails the other. He says, great discussion and great segment. My thoughts. For me, apathy has fully set in. The end of the sellout streak wouldn't bother me, and I'm a football honk. I'm so apathetic now that even if the football team overachieves this year, like 9-3 or 10-2, LOL, or we beat a ranked team, I still don't think I'd care, but it's not Thursday. Old me would be so fired up and think those scenarios would give us so much momentum, and I'd be so jacked for 2027. But current me knows better and would know that 2026 was a flash-in-the-pan type season and definitely an outlier. Think 2007 South Florida. Sometimes I hate being a football pervert. Let it die, essentially, says that emailer. Let it die.
Yeah.
And what's interesting about this moment, the fans, of course, control this because they can purchase tickets. But I really think after seeing the numbers yesterday and knowing how many are out there, I think the athletic department has a decision that they will have to make,
Sure.
And in the past, and I guess what's different about the past, in the past, I think the decision was already made for them. The decision was always, yeah, of course we will keep it going by doing a variety of things. Red carpet experience, for example, donors buying up tickets. I think that with this being so public this time, I think that they have a decision to make. And I, for the first time, don't think that they'll do what they've always done. I don't think that will be the decision.
And that's artificially prop it up.
I don't think that they will. I leaving the show last night after we spent 30 minutes talking about it, I think I left thinking they are laying the groundwork for them officially ending it and saying it is not making it. Even though then we talk it out for 10 minutes and I'm like, man, but they get to one more year, then the capacity is going to be lowered and it's going to be so much easier to keep it going for
another at least 2 or 3 years, at least.
And then the stadium is different and then people want to return. And so it's like, but Josh, all they got to do is get through
because there is
seven more games.
We've seen it everywhere. There's a new stadium bounce.
Mm-hmm.
When a team renovates a stadium or gets a brand new stadium.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it with Nebraska basketball. Nebraska basketball was averaging, 6,000-7,000 people?
Seriously, at the Bob?
At the end of the Bob.
Mm-hmm.
And then move into Pinnacle Bank Arena, and instantly it's sold out.
Yeah.
Because people like the new. And while it's not going to be an all-new stadium, it will be very new. It'll be the most changes we've ever seen.
New enough, new big screen.
The idea of
sidelines.
if you really want to keep this going,
yeah,
this is the year you got to survive. And then the next 2 or 3 years, you're probably safe.
Yeah.
But yet it doesn't seem the case. Then I saw this today from Brett McMurphy. Auburn has sold a program record 83,043 combined general public and student season tickets for the third consecutive year. You know what Auburn's record is over the last 3 years? It's 4 games worse than Nebraska's.
But Auburn has a new coach.
But they didn't have a new coach last year.
No.
And they didn't have a new coach the year before that.
No.
I just thought and again, this is not to say, hey, Auburn's got better fans than Nebraska. It was just an interesting observation of where things are right now and how much over time, because this is not something, as much as people are probably going to want to blame it on Matt Rule
or Matt Ruley
or Troy Dannon.
Matt Ruley, Husker head coach Matt Ruley.
Just like the erosion on the shoreline. This is something that has been happening over a long period of time.
It absolutely has.
It has happened. And
it's factors they can and they can't control.
Correct.
Happer's meme guy. Clinging to the past is the greatest handicap on the program in the current day. The sooner folks stop worrying about history and start worrying about the future, the better off they'll be. Letting an artificially propped up symbol of once proud football program's image die would be the most self-aware thing the athletic department has done this century.
I just want to caution, and I'm not disagreeing that, it's pointless to keep it going or whatever. If you want to believe that, that's fine. I don't want people to start equating with, and now this means they're going to be focused on winning. No, they've always been focused on winning.
Mm-hmm.
They're
you
not.
Can do both.
They're not wasting energy necessarily to keep the streak going. I
don't think they're having all hands on deck meetings about. They're just like, hey, can you pay for these tickets? They're asking donors, can you pay for these tickets?
Right. This is not distracting from the goal of trying to win.
Yeah.
But it is interesting that this year it's been a much different tact.
Yes.
a much different tact, and at least the groundwork is being laid for the potential that it could end. There could be some real drama if we don't hear anything between now and the end of the first quarter of the Ohio game. There could be some real drama when it comes to that announcement that we always get.
Well, I would say this. I bet we know going in what's happening. You know, I bet WOWT does a follow-up, and I bet others will do follow-ups.
We'll see.
We're going to know what's going on.
Normally, as a radio program, we always encourage you to listen because wherever it is, it's AM radio.
Mm-hmm.
But for this next segment, if you are available get to your YouTube and search 1620 The Zone.
And subscribe. Smash that like button while you're here.
Comment or two.
You'll want to get there for one specific dumb debate.
Okay.
That we're going to have.
Okay.
If you can. If not, just kind of bookmark this because you'll definitely want to see it a little bit later on.
Okay.
But it's, I think, going to be a very on-brand dumb debate.
Okay.
Nice.
We'll have that next here on 1620 The Zone.
Listeners are not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Melee to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flagellation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Yes, Dumb Debates returns for yet another week. This is where you can take over the Grum by sending us your dumb debates into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John or Josh at 1620thezone.com, or tweet them at us. Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Please use the hashtag Dumb Debates. Makes it easier for us to find them.
Always.
And you can send them to us anytime because we will archive for the purposes of future Dumb Debates.
Anytime's a good time to debate.
I have one to start with. This is not the big one I've been teasing.
Okay. Is this thing you tweeted about earlier?
Peeve. I want you to tell me if I have a proper pet peeve.
So we're debating if your take is wrong or not. Is that the debate here?
So this is from MLB.com. This is the current. Well, it's not current anymore because the Cubs did lose today because the White Sox suck.
Actually, won, so.
But this is how the standings looked as of this morning for the National League wild card.
Mm-hmm.
The Cubs at 74 and 53, the Phillies at 69 and 58.
Nice.
The Padres at 68 and 59. Those are the three wild card teams. Then the first team not in the wild card is Arizona at 66 and 61. Now the far column to the right is the WCGB. That's wild card games back. You know, there's always in baseball, you got the games back standings. Back. It shows that the Cubs are plus six games ahead in the wild card.
Mm-hmm.
But that's actually 6 games ahead of San Diego,
who is
for
in
the last wild card. My pet peeve is that the standings should indicate how far Chicago is ahead of the first team that threatens them, and that is Arizona. They are 8 games ahead of Arizona. So when you read the standings, it looks like, oh, the Cubs are 6 games to the positive.
Then they're actually 8.
When they're actually 8 games to the positive, because if the Padres pass them, that's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
If the Diamondbacks pass them, then the Cubs would be out of the playoffs. So I think the standing should indicate how many games the Cubs are ahead of Arizona, not of San Diego.
I totally understand your point. And yet, whenever I see these, I don't ever think about it from the other perspective. So I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. Mike says, yeah, because it's plus 6 and then they are minus 2. You know,
because who cares? Who cares how many games the Cubs are ahead of the Padres?
Not Thursday.
Because even if they fall behind the Padres, they're still in the wild card.
Yeah, for sure.
Like when you do division standings.
Yeah, you do it first versus second.
It's first versus second. Now it's different here because it's a group of 3 teams versus.
And it's getting in versus not getting in. Yeah.
But they should either do away with the plus 6 next to the Cubs, or it should be plus 8.
It should be compared to that. Yeah.
It should be compared to the first team.
I understand
what
you mean.
Threat to them in the standings.
I wish I could get worked up about this too.
It's just been a pet peeve.
Yeah. I understand what they're meaning, but I understand what you're saying.
I have a similar pet peeve that's actually kind of related to this that just happened today.
What's that?
So Joey was talking to one of our coworkers in the hall, and he mentioned his brother-in-law's father.
Okay.
So his sister's husband's dad.
Mm-hmm.
And in my head, logically, I'm like, yes, your brother-in-law's father, but also, why wouldn't that also be his father-in-law? Because if his sister's husband is his brother-in-law, would that not also make the father-in-law?
I guess technically yes.
Yeah,
but
I'm not saying it should be.
but
I'm just
you
saying
would-
it's a weird societal thing that we all just kind of agree to.
But yeah, I would never do that with my brother's spouses. I would never say that the parents are. That is my mother-in-law.
Right, but it's
'Cause
interesting.
I have a mother-in-law.
Right, but it's interesting that they
Do you
can be
understand,
your
John?
brother and sister-in-law. But
I think
then-
John missed the first part of this. He was looking at his Twitter or something.
Okay, so Joey talked about his brother-in-law's father today, his sister's husband's dad, and I think it's interesting that brother-in-law, that's your brother-in-law, but his
No matter
dad
if
would
you're
be your
involved in the
father-in-law.
marriage or not. Yeah.
Right.
Should we call? Here's my question, Nick. A question on top of your question. If it is your sister who is married, should we even call that person a brother-in-law? Or should they just be called my sister's husband? Because when I think of brother-in-law, I think of the family of my wife. And so I don't actually have a brother-in-law, I have sister-in-law. I think of her versus, other siblings of mine getting married.
I've never thought of this before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like a weird society thing that I'm like, yeah, we just kind of agree to that, huh?
Yeah.
It's always been the case. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
Okay.
I guess I don't get worked up about it.
You're too busy looking at the wild card standings. True.
I am busy.
Happer says, dumb debates. If you saw bobbleheads on the windowsill, would you like it? I like the bobbleheads on the windowsill.
It looks trashy.
It's
Trashy.
They're all just Royals bobbleheads.
Well,
I wish we
John,
could get
you were the
variety.
purveyor of the wall of random. That looks trashy.
No, it wasn't. It was very artfully done.
This is art.
This is not art.
This is not art? What is it?
It just looks very random. I mean, it would be better if we had them on a shelf.
Well,
and it was elevated. The problem with these is
you can't see it on
these
the
are going
TV.
to get one of these, and many of these are going to get destroyed at some point when someone's backing up a chair or walking in, and stuff's going to get knocked off.
Look at that. I don't even hit it if I back into it.
Yeah, you just did.
Oh.
You almost knocked Nicky
They're all
Lopez's
fine.
bobblehead off.
Happer said, trashy. But the wall of random was okay.
Yes,
that
it was
looked
very
like
okay.
garbage. Go back and watch.
You
some
were
of
the
our-
one that wanted it
I
too.
know, but I go back and watch YouTube videos from 2022, and I'm like, yikes! It's a tough look. It's a tough look. It's just not good looking good. Remember, we had the
Neither is
schedule.
this.
I think this is cool. Is it
This is
because-
trashy.
is
It's
it
just
because
random. It's just
Now,
everywhere.
If these bobbleheads said Cubs on them,
I would take them home and give them a proper home. I wouldn't put them in harm's way where someone could just come in here and elbow it and knock Jack Caglione's head off.
I don't know. We're 2 days in, and there's been nary a head falling off. I
Well,
think we're
give it
okay.
time.
Okay.
It's going to happen.
Hokies.
And then someone's going to be very upset. And they're going to say, why did this happen? He said, well, gee, I don't know. When you're lighting matches around gas tanks and then eventually it blows
Don't
up,
light matches.
that's not our problem.
Matthew says, don't call Happer's dolls trashy. Way better than McMaster's
and
dolls.
by the way, the
Oh,
Royals, who
here we
somehow
go.
fluked their way into a World Series.
They were awesome.
And here it, I mean, I have my gimmick mock trophy under glass.
You're a freak.
That's probably
Because
a bit
I
much.
respect it, because I love my championship team. Connor just got it randomly just sitting up here, or I
No.
could just pick it up and, I don't know, use one of these flags to pick my
See,
nose.
To me, it seems more like Happer just wanted to clear off his desk than he wanted them here.
Oh,
I
interesting.
mean, what happens? What happens if, someone, the Cubs do something exciting and I swing my hand in the air and I knock Brohern off of his little surfing board
Brohern.
thing and his little shaka bro, the hand gesture falls off. I'm gonna feel guilty.
Yeah, Happer says that's what this is about. Lack of Cubs bobblehead inclusion. Lib. Classic Lib John.
Classic Lib team. The Chicago
Socialist
Cubs.
John.
Can't believe that you would put these in harm's way.
Hokisker says, dumb debate. What are the pros and cons of being a Husker football fan?
I guess it'd be a con from a Huskers perspective. You get to lose to Iowa every year.
That is definitely not a pro or Nick. Jeez. The con is this. All of the good old days are in the rearview mirror, and I don't think that the best days are going to be in front of the program. So, as long as you've made peace with that, you can be a fan. If you haven't made peace with it, good luck to you. The pro, I think the biggest pro of being a Husker football fan is that there are a lot of you and that you really care. I think that that's cool. I'm happy that this fan base even with 10 years of suck, still cares. And we have people.
About 8 to 10,000 of them don't care as much anymore.
That's true. I love how much this place cares. I can't wait to do my first Big Red Overreaction this year, which I believe is in October, by the way, and have all those people chiming in.
You can't say that.
What?
You can't say I'm looking forward to it, and then you're ditching out of more of them than any other host.
I wish
on
I could
this
do
station.
more. I wish I could do more.
No, you don't.
I wish I could do more.
You lie.
I'm excited to do
You
that.
know, I can tell you're lying.
Why?
You're talking. That's how I can tell you're lying.
But in all seriousness, I love how when I log on that night, I know that there are going to be hundreds of people in our YouTube stream, hundreds of people listening, on the radio, hundreds on the app.
If you do like the whole wanting to be a part of the popular, the in crowd, or be a part of a large community,
it's fun.
That would definitely be a pro. If that's something that,
if you're like a
is
hipster
attractive
Nick,
to you.
Then there's Mac teams that you could be a fan of.
Yeah.
Joey just wore his Macoon shirt today. How come he can't be a hipster?
I don't work with Joey every day.
I don't even own a Macoon shirt.
I don't know what that is. What are you talking about?
It's the mascot for the Mac.
What?
Yeah.
What's a pro? Or do you have a con? Do you have a con?
Well, I think you've pretty much nailed the
good old days are behind you.
The pros and the cons.
And if you're too young to remember them, like I'm jealous of you. You remember almost all of it. My dad remembers all of it. He was 6 in 71. He was 5 in 50 or in 70. He remembers those. If you're Gen X, early Gen X, like you got all the good stuff.
Of course.
Let alone Jack or like Dave Fight. He was a student at Nebraska for all of the years in the 90s. Like that would rule. Meanwhile, I was there for the Callahan era ending. Cool. Really exciting.
All right.
Is this the one?
So this is one of those, what do they call it? The Rorschach test, where you look at something and you.
Yeah, and every time I see it, it's just my parents fighting.
Laurel, Yanny.
So a lot of times, people like to look up at clouds and see, I see shapes in the clouds. I see a man shooting a gun or something or whatever.
John.
2A John strikes again.
Or I see, an eagle spreading his wings in the clouds. So what you're about to see is the side of a mountain.
Okay.
A snow-capped mountain.
Mountains, Gandalf.
Mountains. Josh, you'll be happy to know that I found this dumb debate on the For You tab.
I didn't see crap.
To which the tweeter who sent out the picture wrote, and this is one of those right-left brain things. If you have the right hemisphere of the brain active in this picture I'm about to show, you see a kitten.
Okay.
If you have the left hemisphere of the brain active, you see a bunny. So I've now set it up for you. Tell me, gentlemen, what do you see here?
It's Mr. H.
Designated Hitler.
That's not a kitten or a bunny.
That is neither a kitten nor a bunny.
See it too.
Of course. I
We
thought
all
that
see
you
it,
were
John.
setting it. I think
Peeper's making a joke and you don't see either of those things.
I don't think there's either
there's
of
only
those.
one thing to see here.
Yeah. I think you got bamboozled.
Yeah.
No, I did not. I know the joke.
Oh, okay. I just want to make
I was
sure.
trying to set it up to see if you guys, because
So,
literally
of
as
course
I
not.
opened this picture, I was like, wait a minute. I've seen this somewhere before.
Oh, you have, all right.
Weirdly enough, I'm glad that that's what the picture was, because the way you were setting it up, it's like you're not supposed to tell us what the options are. You're just supposed to be like, what do you see? And then tell us what it means.
Happer says, I effing knew it was going to be a John joke. This is classic.
Yeah. That's an AI'd mountain, right?
I have
It
no
looks too
idea.
close.
I have no idea. Now, for the record, the actual picture was something I Google searched.
Is he doing a jump shot there? Is that his follow through?
It kind of looks
Nick,
like
can
it.
you Photoshop a basketball into
It
Mr.
kinda
H's
looks
hand?
like it.
He's like, it's horse.
Well, he would hate basketball now.
Oh, for a variety of reasons. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you guys saw it too, because for the longest time I thought there's no way I'm the only person that didn't
I have to
see
imagine
this.
all of the replies were saying it was that, right?
Yes, like
Yeah.
the first couple were like, "Oh, it's definitely him."
It's very similar to that picture that you shared a couple dumb debates ago, where it was all those license plates with like the custom names on it, and somebody circled Aaron but hit or Adolf.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then here's a follow up, because I also saw this on the For You tab. Did Mr. H ever say the N-word, or did he draw the line there?
Definitely said it. Definitely said it. Wouldn't draw the line. You know that Nazis studied the Jim Crow laws.
They did.
And you know what I'm serious. This is not fake, what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
And they were like, these go a little too far. That's what they thought. There's a little too much here with these Jim Crow laws.
So
tough.
Speaking of the N-word,
what is happening?
Hold on. We were in Forks. We were in Forks, Washington, which is where Twilight takes place, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
sure.
In Twilight, there's a character called Jasper. He was a vampire who was famously he fought for the Confederacy during the Civil War. And I looked at Paige, massive Twilight fan, and I'm like, there's a 0% chance that he's never said the N-word. This guy that's supposed to be a hero in Twilight, a good guy, he has absolutely said the N-word.
What is this conversation now turning into? Name your favorite people that have said the N-word?
No, it's just something I wanted to put out there.
Okay.
Now, in fairness, I don't believe that word exists in the German language.
They tried to say it in English.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But with the German accent.
Nick, can you Google that for us?
No.
Okay.
Can you Google that for us?
Figure it out, Nick. Tay says, moving on from this discussion, if hot dogs are sandwiches, is cereal soup?
Yes. Cereal is cold soup.
No.
What is it then?
It's cereal.
But it's soup
with a
milky base.
Now, remember, you're adding the milk to the cereal.
You add the broth to soup?
No, but that's
the broth is the essence.
The broth is the essence of the soup.
Yeah.
The milk, you don't need the milk to eat the cereal. It's just that's the way people have chosen popularly how to eat it. That'd be like saying,
But okay, so broth is what you get when all the juices and flavors from what you put in to the water commingle and mix together, right? Like the stock. If you leave cereal and milk for a while, it kind of turns into a broth because the milk soaks up all the flavors. That's why you get chocolate milk.
Yeah, but again, the cereal itself, it's not. It's just the way we've chosen to eat the cereal. You don't have to eat cereal with milk.
Yeah, technically cereal is not. We should actually call it cereal with milk.
Right, but
I want to be pedantic.
This is turning into a semantics question because when you talk about cereal, you always imagine cereal with milk. Like, oh, I'm going to have cereal for breakfast. It's usually cereal with milk, yeah?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah. But not everyone eats some people do eat the cereal dry.
El Scorcho said, quoting Nick, speaking of the N-word, perfect time to get in my car. Peter says, dumb debates, 1 week of minus 20 degrees with minus 40 degree wind chills or 110 degrees with 115 degree heat index.
Oh, we tackled this one a couple weeks ago with Austin.
Give me the heat.
The reason why the cold is more acceptable, it's all about where and when it happens.
What do you mean?
So, for example, let's pretend for argument's sake that those weather conditions you were describing are happening right now. We're sitting here in this studio. You look outside. It's a bright, sunny day. It looks, wow, man, I could be outside. I could be doing something. And then you open the door and it's like, bleh.
Sure.
Whereas in the wintertime, you are already, because it gets darker earlier, because there's the trees are all barren. It's just.
Especially in Lincoln.
Where
all those trees.
You look outside and you're like, I really don't want to be out there. Because there's nothing inviting about it.
So you're saying you'd rather have the cold because your expectation is it's already going to be cold?
Yes, the expectation of when it happens makes the cold more tolerable because it's already an unattractive time of year anyway.
Yeah, I'd still choose the warmth over the cold. I'd rather walk outside at 115 degrees than negative 40.
And then I'll go back to my original argument, and that is I'm going to, and if more fair comparison would be about more like negative 20, negative 40. That's
so. Well, I was going to say because that's
ever.
Dangerous.
Yeah,
It's negative 20 with negative 40 degree wind chill, and not that 110 isn't dangerous.
It is.
Negative 20, you can lose limbs.
Yeah.
People die of heat stroke.
No, I know. I'm not saying that both are definitely dangerous. I'd rather deal with the heat.
And you can dress for the cold. You cannot dress for the heat.
So
the cold or the warmth.
Where my brain is going with this is if it's either extreme, you're not going outside. You're hanging out inside, right?
Of course,
That's a safe bet.
Yeah.
So which temperature variation is worse for cars or houses or outdoor type of stuff?
Well,
because I want the one that does the least
my
amount of
guess
damage.
is you'd probably be more apt to have your car fail to start in the cold than in the heat.
I think I'm going to go with heat.
So if you leave the office, there's a chance that your car could not start, which would be a problem.
I'm still going to go with the cold. Again, it's about the expectation.
Yeah, I don't care about the expectation.
Because it sucks when on a day like this where you're like, man, we could go outside, we can take the dog for a walk, and then you open the door and it's like,
if you read the weather app, John, and you see,
I understand
115
that.
degrees, then your expectation is, oh, wow, warm.
But remember, in the summertime, we get more daylight because the days are longer. In wintertime, I mean, we leave this show.
It's a weird argument. You're just
It's not a
basically
weird
saying
argument.
my brain is confused.
No, your brain is not confused.
Mine isn't. I agree.
It's just about all of the expectation that you have. When it gets past 5 o'clock at night in the middle of January, you're probably not wanting to go outside anyway because it's freaking dark.
Yeah, but I have to walk to my car. And I'd rather walk
I
to my car.
understand that, but
I'd rather walk to my car in 115 than -20.
Plus
That's the only argument I'm trying.
You can have a slip and slide when it's 110.
and
Nice.
I'll say you can dress for that.
Ooh, when was the
You
last time you were
cannot
on a
dress for 115.
When was the last time you were on a slip and slide? There was
Years ago,
one
Nick.
time where you went on a slip and slide and never went on one again.
I have no idea. Years.
Also, I want to take exception with the whole feels like temperature because I don't think it's accurate anymore. It's
Explain yourself.
Well, it's not. So, like right
Arbitrary.
now, I think it's like 80 degrees and the feels like is like 88.
Okay.
I can guarantee you that 88 degrees on a dry day feels a hell of a lot better than what it feels like outside right now.
1000%.
Because the humidity adds literally a layer of discomfort that just dry heat cannot replicate.
75 in Washington was incredible.
Oh, yeah,
75
for sure.
here, I want to die.
Sicilian says, is John okay? Matthew says, John is definitely on psychedelics.
It's not
Craig says,
psychedelics.
fake ass temperatures, fake news ass temperatures. Matthew says, John is not okay. Yeah, I'm worried about you, John.
I'm worried about all of you.
Feels like it's not
you
real.
all want to be out there melting in 115 with that awful humidity.
No, we just say we'd rather walk to our car in 115 than -20. That's what we'd rather do. Speaking of warm and cold days, John, often warm days are in the summer. We have holidays in the summer, and cold days, there are holidays with those too. It's a terrible setup. Chris writes, you have to keep 3 and cut 3 of the following holidays. New Year's.
What is this person running for governor in Wisconsin?
I don't know that reference. New Year's Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas Day. Keep 3, cut 3. Which are you keeping? Which are you cutting?
Well, then we have to choose between those days.
Those are the 6. You have
Which
to keep
days
3
again?
New Year's, Memorial, 4th, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas Day. What do you keep? What do you get rid of? This is actually a pretty easy one for me. Pretty easy.
Sorry, Christmas.
Yeah, classic. John hates Jesus. Atheist
No,
John
I don't think
strikes
Jesus
again.
meant for us to celebrate his birthday for 3 months and hijack radio stations
Also-
with their music.
Also celebrate his birthday not when he was born.
People forget he was born in August. Matthew says, get rid of the 4th. It's so annoying.
I mean, I hate to agree.
What? You're getting rid of your birthday?
I mean, it's still going to be my birthday.
That's true.
Yeah, I'd probably get rid of the 4th. It doesn't hit like it used to.
So the problem with the 3 that I'm going to choose is that they all fall in a very quick amount of time, but I'm keeping New Year's Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. I like all those holidays and what it means for the end of the year.
What do you do on New Year's Day? Like
Sit on my ass and watch football, yeah.
But
yeah,
if you
but you can
didn't
do
watch
that on
football-
any day.
Right.
I wouldn't want to be here at work on that day.
So like me,
No thanks.
before I got this job, I didn't do anything on New Year's Day except veg out. I'd watch Krampus. That was a tradition I had for a bit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just another day off. It doesn't really do much
Yeah,
for
but there's
me.
football.
There's football on every Sunday
it-
from
but-
August until
But it's
February.
a day off. I want to watch the bowl games. I
Well,
want to
yeah,
watch the
but
playoff
all of these
games.
days are a day off.
No, I know. I want to watch the playoff games. Like Memorial Day, the other ones are nice because it's just like a day. It feels like, oh, sweet, a day that I don't have to work. Whereas those other ones, I do things on those days. I see my family, I see my friends, and I watch the college football playoff. So
I
that's
feel
why I
like-
want those days.
I feel like
This
by
is
the
my
time-
choice, Nick. I get to choose my 3. You can choose whatever your 3 are.
Okay. By the time I hit New Year's Day and it's like a holiday, I'm kind of like familyed out at that point.
So am I. That's why I watch football at home on my couch.
I'll get rid of New Year's and 4th of July. I just need a third.
Okay. Do you like Memorial Day, Labor Day, or New Year's Day, or Thanksgiving or Christmas more?
I do like Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I don't hate Christmas.
Okay.
I guess Labor Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. John, you got rid of 2. You said, I hate Jesus and I hate George Washington. You need one more thing to hate. You like Thanksgiving, don't you?
I love Thanksgiving.
You're usually in Las Vegas, but
Yeah, are you sure you don't want to get rid of
I love
Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving. I can't imagine what kind of a communist would want to get rid of Thanksgiving. See, the problem is I would pick New Year's Day, but then if I've already gotten rid of Christmas, then there's no days off there.
That sounds terrible.
So I almost have to keep New Year's Day.
No more Happy New Year for us. Happy New Year wouldn't even be a thing anymore.
That's true.
Canceled.
And getting rid of Christmas isn't so much about getting rid of that day. It's about getting rid of the nonstop falderall that precedes it for 3.5 months. Oh, by the way, on a side note.
Yeah, what are you going to rant about this time?
One of my neighbors has already put up their Halloween decorations. I saw this the other day walking Woods, and I almost let Woods off the leash and said, sick all of these decorations. Get them out of here.
So what it sounds like to me is it scared you, John. It did its job.
No, it didn't scare me. It
Halloween.
offended me.
Spooky
It
season.
offended me.
That's
It made me
insane.
sick.
It's still warm out. You can't have Halloween when it's 80 whatever degrees.
Remember, you can stop dusting your cobwebs now. It's a decoration.
Well, that's not hard to do this time of year because they're everywhere.
I love it. That's Nick's excuse. No, honey, it's for the decoration.
It's Halloween, I promise.
Happer says, John yelling at refs in Vegas is Thanksgiving to me.
Horse crap call.
Oh, yeah, we can't lose that. So what's your other one? Memorial Day or Labor Day?
Yeah, do you hate the troops or do you
No,
hate
I
workers?
like
John loves Memorial Day.
I love Memorial Day. It's a great
So
weekend.
it's probably Labor Day for you, right?
I guess, but I'd like to keep Labor Day.
It's
I really
nice. Labor
would.
Day is nice, but I like those other ones more.
Feels very anti-worker to me to get rid of Labor Day.
Here's Labor Day, as far as a football holiday is concerned, greater than New Year's Day.
Well, that's because there's more games.
It's not even necessarily about
Way
the
more
volume of
games.
games. It's just, I don't know.
It is the volume of games.
Let's face it. I mean, now New Year's Day isn't what it used to be.
Yeah. There's a triple header and they all matter for the national championship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like Labor Day weekend more for football for sure.
Plus, you get like several days. You get Thursday, you get Friday, you get Saturday,
And I'll get to watch
Sunday.
volleyball this year that weekend. How cool is that going to be? With my film camera, snapping photos.
Man, the football union is going to come down on you hard.
No, there's not football at that time. Well, there might be football.
There
I'll be
is.
okay. I'll be okay. Anything else?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm set.
You good?
Let me see. I thought there might have been one more. I have some. I can save them for next week.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Okay. Save them from next week.
Save them for next week.
Nick, we're saving them for next week.
We're saving it.
Yep.
I guess I could throw in this one real quick.
Okay.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Arizona State has created a new bachelor's degree.
Okay.
It's a part of the mass communication department.
Okay.
The bachelor's degree is in content creation.
Oh, wait, I did see this. It's not even just content, isn't it? Being a influencer?
Yes, content creation.
Okay.
Students would learn to create video, podcasts, social media content.
Wow.
With curriculum that overlaps ASU's mass communication and media studies degree.
That's wild.
I grew up in this world, so it's not really shocking to me. I'm honestly shocked it took this long for a school to do that.
That
just
it's
kind of what
Arizona
things are
State
now.
that's doing it is very not shocking. I don't know, it just seems very on brand down there.
Uh-huh. For sure.
Louis in the chat says, if you're married, can you get a bachelor's degree?
Nice. Heyo. Heyo. Happer says Nick is seething. What are you triggered about, Nick?
I don't think I'm triggered.
Are you seething?
Are you
right now?
seething?
I don't think
Is it
so.
the Rockies sucking? Did you hear McMaster picked him to beat the Dodgers tonight?
Did. It's Rockguest. Rockguest is back.
What an idiot.
If Otani's playing, you got no chance.
Oh, we beat him last night, John. See the score? Check out the Rocky score from last night.
Some people think he should be the MVP.
The problem, in all seriousness, with the whole influencer thing, like, as Matthew says, it's not surprising. A lot of large companies have social media teams. That's true. But there's a difference between majoring, in my opinion, in social media and majoring in being an influencer.
Basically trying
media,
to become a star on YouTube.
Yeah, because like social media, there are people who do multiple people. And like, not to say that an influencer doesn't have people behind the scenes. They certainly do. But I just think it's so individualized that you would be better served to actually do it in terms of the broad. Like when I took broadcasting and you took broadcasting, it wasn't just in front of the camera. You learned all of the things.
Yes, you did.
You learned how to do cameras and how to do graphics.
Write news.
Yeah, you had to
say Matt Ruley.
You would leave that class and you'd be like, okay, I have 7 skills, 7 distinct skills inside of a newsroom. Now, if I'm wrong, maybe this has that, but just there's not a whole lot of those jobs. We're always like, there's just not a lot of broadcasting jobs anymore. There are not a lot of influencers.
By the way, speaking of influencers, I discovered this here within the last couple of months. Do you remember the name Sir Yacht?
Of course. Yeah, you tweeted at this person recently. Didn't you? Did I see
Yes.
that? Yeah, you tweeted at him. He
Well,
was
I
the
didn't tweet at
insider
him.
during COVID.
Yes, he was the guy we used to call him Boat Boy. Remember, we used to call him Boat Boy. He was the one that claimed he had all this inside information about the Big Ten bringing back football or not bringing back football, and we questioned whether or not the sources were legit.
I remember this.
Do you know what he is?
An influencer?
He is, but do you know what he pretty much does?
I do not.
Influence?
He does these goofy ass eating challenges where he will eat McDonald's. Like the one I watched recently was he would eat McDonald's once an hour for an entire day.
What? Does he get views?
He gets millions of views.
What? Wow. All right, maybe I should have majored in
It's
influencers.
actually, I mean, he's actually got a pretty good sense of humor.
Yeah.
And it's actually pretty funny about how he strains himself trying to eat.
Yeah.
You know, he has to eat at least one item from McDonald's every hour and survive for 24 hours. And it is, and you would like it. He's a runner.
I mean, I don't think the problem is dying in 24 hours. I think the problem is dying 20 years before you were supposed to.
Right. But anyway, his presentation is actually pretty entertaining.
So did you like and subscribe?
And leave a comment?
I've watched a couple of videos. Yeah.
Wow.
Ring the bell.
Does he still do college football stuff?
Well, you know how he became an influencer? Because he started having these unhinged Browns rants because he's from Cleveland.
Oh.
So that's how he kind of became a thing.
That's amazing.
And then it blossomed into this cottage industry of doing stupid food challenges.
That's incredible.
It is.
By the way, we spent some time earlier talking about Mr. H and how it looked like he was taking a jump shot. Got a text message from the 712 that says, Mr. H, the basketball player.
Oh, the 712.
Oh, man.
Hey, guess what?
Yeah, he would hate the NBA. Hate it. Oh.
He would hate most of baseball.
He'd say too. He'd hate everything.
He would really hate the WNBA.
Oh,
what do you think Mr. H's favorite sport was?
Well, it wasn't track. Jesse Owens ruined that for him.
Yeah, he's probably a soccer guy.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Wow. What do we have in content?
Well, is Mr. H going to show up in content? No, he will not show up in content.
Okay.
Ryan McGee, though, will show up in content.
Let's go, Ryan.
Oh, but something that's kind of tangential to Mr. H.
Henry Ford?
Josh's dirty football team.
Dirty
football team.
Interesting.
Will show up in content.
Okay.
And more.
Okay.
1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Be listening at the end of this segment for another opportunity to get a bonus qualification to our trip for two to Oregon to see Nebraska, Oregon, brought to you by Woodhouse Auto Family, because we're going to be asking you what's for dinner.
Excellent.
And by the way, make sure you go to 1620thezone.com and register, because you can't win unless you register.
The Brewers tied the largest shutout in modern MLB history last night, beating the Mariners 22-0. Josh, are the Mariners dead?
They are cooked. They are cooked beyond cooked. They're like John's wings on the grill, burnt to a freaking crisp, man.
They're not burnt to a crisp.
No flavor remaining, and you're just
There's
sad.
a lot of flavor remaining.
You're John's family, and you're all sad. You're like, this is the crap we have to eat again.
Yeah, we want soggy wings where the skin is still. You gotta chew it off.
Mr. doesn't want to go into the ditch. There's a nice middle ground between burnt and soggy.
I
and
don't
that's
burn them. That's the
excellently
point.
Crispy.
That's the point. I'm closer to the burn side of the ditch, but I'm not in the burn side of the ditch.
They suck. They're terrible this year. What a come down after such a fun season.
They are bad, but last night didn't change anything. They sucked anyway.
So the Rams were bad this year, and then it was week 15, and they lost 40-0. You'd be like, well, they're already bad.
Well,
you'd be sad about it. You'd be frustrated about it. Just because they're
but
bad
I was
doesn't mean you can
already
enjoy
frustrated. It would have been like,
all right. Well, when
I wouldn't
Nebraska
have been paying attention.
is fighting to get above 500, and they're below 500, and they play Ohio State, and they beat them 40-0, you can hop on the radio on that Monday and say, guys, they were already
That's
bad.
a logical fallacy, because the Mariners are not close to 500
They
right
were
now.
already
They're
bad. They were already bad.
I mean, the Mariners are a lost cause.
They ain't that bad this year. What's their win-loss record?
I mean, they're in the American League. They're probably
They're
still
59-67. That's a 6-7 football team. That's close to 500. If you view it in football parlance,
it's
they
in
are
the
almost
crappy
500.
American League. So it's like being 4-8.
Yikes! Tough look.
Ryan McGee's bottom 10 is back, and wouldn't you know it, my favorite college, UMass, that's University of Maryland Eastern Shore, leads the way. Or does the opposite of lead? Either way, they're last. Why is that college so bad at sports?
Hold on.
What's up, John?
Massachusetts.
I was going to say this isn't your favorite college, because
it is.
That's Maryland Eastern Shore.
Oh no, Nick, he called him UMass, you idiot.
Yeah. See,
I didn't look at the logo.
Ryan, as a lot of funny people do, like to alter names to make them sound funny.
Yep.
And instead of calling them UMass, they're called UMass.
But there already is a UMass.
Yeah, that's a little confusing, Ryan.
Well, it's not confusing at all if you know what Ryan's handwriting. You know his work.
Yeah. Well, it's not his handwriting.
Because what does he have? He's got some other pretty good ones, too. I can't think of them at the moment. But, I mean, UMass sucks.
They're terrible.
They're very bad.
And UMass sucks at baseball, Nick.
They do. That's not necessarily all their fault. They've had
You
some
made
weird
a mess out of that question, Nick.
I did. I did all of that.
You
That
wrote
was
it.
all my fault.
You wrote it.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Joe Lunardi's latest bracketology has Nebraska as a 6th seed in Omaha with a matchup against Kansas for a potential trip to the Sweet 16. This is in August of 2026 he's doing this.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Creighton is either Wichita or Dayton playing Oregon. Again, in August. Thoughts?
You've crystallized my thoughts perfectly, Nick.
Is it possible for the committee to put Nebraska as a 6th seed in Omaha? They wouldn't do that. The coaches would lose their minds. And I would say this, John, rightfully so. Put it on the list. Nebraska will only be in Omaha if they are a 3 seed or better. I do not think that the committee is going to try to reward them. They will not do that. They have to be a 3 seed or a 2 seed or a 1 seed.
Yeah, I don't.
A 6 seed is ridiculous. I would understand it. If I'm an opponent,
sure,
I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? This is an unfair advantage.
I'm sure there are some other examples, but they're not. They would not do that.
Yeah,
they would not do that for a higher seeded team. Absolutely, it's no different than Duke being sent to Greensboro or Kansas being sent to Omaha.
Yeah, but again, 1, 2, 3 seed, that makes sense. Not as a 6.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense at all. That said, it sounds good.
It makes even less sense than even theorizing these things in August.
Wait, you don't want to talk college basketball? I thought you loved college hoops.
I'm
James
fine.
fans, I'm looking out for you. I want to
talking
break this
college
matchup
basketball.
down.
I'm not. This is the same as bowl projections in May.
Well, we do that in content.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do. We say, hey, somebody doesn't have Nebraska in their top 25. What do you think?
And I say this is dumb.
No, and then I say it's not Thursday, John. Ooh, that could be a new segment. Instead of I don't care, Wednesdays could be this is dumb.
This is dumb.
The Dirty Cowboys were at it again. After multiple fights broke out at their scrimmage last week against the Rams, several more broke out against the Saints. He was talking about it to me earlier.
No, there weren't.
Yes, there were.
Every report came out like this was a pretty chill practice.
Don't listen to your.
No, it
idiot
was
fans.
Rams people that said it. They were like, yeah, there was no problem.
You're going to listen to the proper Ramga?
No, both sets of reporters were like, these teams aren't fighting.
Someone's getting very defensive over here.
Little bit.
But that's not the real point. Do you know
mean?
the real point is the
No, I just
saint?
don't want you to get another question wrong here.
The saint in question is Brock Rechsteiner, who is the son of Scott Steiner. Remember Scott
The
Steiner?
wrestler?
Yes.
Why is his name Rex Steiner? Oh, was
Well,
that
that's the
Scott's
real
full
name.
name?
That's his real name.
Wait,
the real
he's
name
a
is.
wrestler and he deleted the Rec? He should have kept that in his name.
Well, I
Rex
mean, that's
Steiner?
what the promoter did. They just call
Wow.
him Steiner. But yeah, that's the son of Scott Steiner.
Well,
who
that
pulled
makes
the
sense
wrestling
as
move,
to
doesn't
why
it?
he did the wrestling move.
Exactly.
These Saints are dirty. Like I said, the Cowboys and Rams were totally fine last week. Meanwhile, the Saints come into town, and look what happens. Dirty.
Dirty Cowboys.
Where did you see that they fought last week?
That's what the reports were saying. I don't know what you were reading.
I don't think that's true, John.
And the Rams kicked their butt.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely what happened.
A petition drive called Tax Relief Nebraska is confident they have enough signatures to put online sports betting on the Nebraska ballot this November. Could we have legal online betting in Nebraska next year?
No, we talked about it earlier, and I can't read this story, so you'll have to help me out a little bit, John. I don't have a membership to the Journal-Star. But we vote for stuff all the time, and then they just decide not to go through with it.
True.
I'm not even trying to stick to sports here. I'm just saying that has been a fact over the last multiple years.
Forget about that. Let's
I would bet we will approve it for sure.
The idea that it could be on the ballot. By the way, for those of you watching it on the stream, these are the top 10 states by legal sports betting.
Mm-hmm.
New York, 2.26 billion. New Jersey, 917 million. This is not 1 year. This was in the month of June.
Oh, okay, World Cup. I was like, what on earth were they even betting on? Wow, that is crazy. But that also makes sense because you had a lot of people in each of those states. And so they were probably logging on to the apps and making some wagers. I bet we approve it. I definitely think that we're going to approve it. Though if there was ever a time now where I would maybe start to change my tune, because you know that I've been very much like, yeah, of course we're going to vote for these things. Online sports betting is getting a bit of a bad rap as of late.
Yes, it is.
Because of Gen Z, Nick, sadly. And so that's it. I think that it's going to – I would be stunned if it wasn't voted through. We already have brick and mortar, so they'll say, why not have it,
Why would I need a 401k when I have an app that makes me money sometimes?
Exactly.
Yeah, but can you only imagine the frustration of folks who are in this state and then realize, oh, I can't bet on the Nebraska game because it's in Nebraska.
I forgot about that, though. You're not allowed to bet on Nebraska games here.
Uh-huh.
That's wild.
Iowa and Kansas are playing a fall exhibition college baseball game at the Field of Dreams.
Yeah, we're talking about this now. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a game that's happening in the fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, so is college basketball, Nick.
Ticket demand was so high that they had to open up more seats. At least somebody's selling out a sporting event, and it's Iowa. Am I right?
Got him.
That is kind of amazing. I mean,
I really wanted to go to this. Now I don't think I'll be able to.
I'm not surprised.
That a college
It's the Field of
baseball
Dreams
fall
game.
scrimmage. Well, I mean,
You want to go to the Field of Dreams. That's why it's a
Well, sure, I'd go to the Field of Dreams anytime, but it is interesting that it's a fall college baseball scrimmage, and it's not like Iowa and Kansas have been. I guess Kansas recently because of their success.
Almost made the College World Series.
Iowa sucks at baseball. They really do.
Yeah, we know.
But I think a lot of the bit, John, is I don't know if you know this, but us from Iowa are very, very passionate about being from Iowa. We talk about it.
We never shut up about it.
And it's cool to see an Iowa team playing at the Field of Dreams, which is like this Iowa staple that turned into this big Iowa thing every year. I think that's what it is. There's some pride there. I'm teared in my eye, getting a little tear.
Good for them.
Are you going to go, Nick?
I would like to. I don't know if I'm going to be able to now.
Sad.
According to ESPN, the NBA has found no evidence showing LA Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money through team sponsors to pay Kawhi Leonard in order to circumvent the salary cap, according to 3 people with knowledge of discussions between the two sides in recent days.
Damn, that's
I love run-on sentences.
Nice job, Nick.
Dang.
Are we buying this?
No, and it seems like there's already been a whole lot of pushback from people inside the NBA about this story from ESPN. There's a lot of stuff going on. What the hell's going on with that whole city? You and I haven't talked about this Lakers-Dodgers guy, the owner who.
Oh, yeah.
What on earth is happening with him? We
He's
should have done that
investigated.
Should have done that with Farron yesterday. Maybe next week. Not great. But no, I don't buy this. I definitely do not buy this.
More LA owners need to be like Stan Kroenke.
What does that mean?
Respectable, honest.
He's going to write me.
forthright.
He's going to write me a paycheck. He might have already written it for me. Thanks, Stan.
Stan. That's right.
I can't wait to get it in the
Wonderful
mail.
guy. He's loved everywhere except St. Louis.
They hate his guts in St. Louis.
But that's okay.
They despise that man.
Sorry, we don't have enough time for the Pat McAfee thing. Shucks.
Oh, no, Nick. I guess we'll have to do it tomorrow.
Maybe.
Get ready. He's going to be on your TV a lot this fall. A lot. Thank God I don't watch pregame shows.
Unless you don't watch ESPN.
Thank God I don't watch pregame shows. But sometimes I do see halftime shows.
Too many people are letting his album slide.
What do you mean?
It was bad. It was one of the worst things I've
That's
ever
all,
listened
I have seen on Twitter is how bad it is.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing it at a bigger level. It's only like on social media. How come people aren't talking about it? Like, how come nobody's talking about how bad it is?
Why would you
everywhere
want?
else?
Because then they're talking about it.
Well, yeah. When an artist or band comes out with a bad album, they get ripped all the time. How come no one's ripping him more?
No, they don't. Dan Rather doesn't come on the news and say, "And did you see today that
Britney Spears' new album
Pearl
sucked."
Jam had a bad album today."
Yeah, I think it's gotten a lot of hate, Nick.
It needs more.
Yeah, okay. I haven't listened to it. You listened to it?
Yeah.
Did you do a new music review Friday?
Unintentionally.
Tough.
It started out as one tweet, and then I just had too many things to say about it, so I made a
Man,
thread.
imagine that. A celebrity with no background in music does a bad album.
Yeah,
I'm shocked.
seriously, yeah. Yeah. The funnier thing that's happened to this album for me is all the ESPN sycophants being like, "Great job, Pat." That's the funniest thing. It'd be like if you had an album come out, John, and suddenly everybody at the Zone was like, "This is great."
Well,
The haters are wrong.
I know that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, because
A, you have no taste in music, and B, you just want to troll
Sean,
me.
this sounds like AC/DC. Great work.
Just like so many of the songs are about him struggling, like financially. It's like, it's hard to take that seriously.
Why did you listen to it?
Because I was curious. The morbid curiosity got the best of me.
Gross. You're a part of the problem, Nick. You're as bad as all the people.
Well, so I listened to it on YouTube and I have an ad blocker, so he actually didn't make any money from me.
Good job, Nick.
Did that on purpose.
Nice job. John loved it.
I've not heard a second of it.
I will not hear.
Nor do I
of it.
plan to hear any.
I
of
will
it.
hear 0 seconds. Meanwhile, Nick will celebrate his entire catalog.
No.
Okay.
What I will celebrate, though,
dinner
is dinner, and you calling right now at 402-951-1620 to tell me what you're having for dinner.
Or tell Nick what your favorite track is off the Pat McAfee album.
Either or.
You can do that if you want.
And
I'll
what
judge
happens,
you.
Nick? The first person that does it, what do they get?
If they tell me dinner?
Yeah.
Or
the
the
McAfee song.
best track off the McAfee
If you tell
album.
me your favorite McAfee track, I will hang up on you.
Okay, so what did they tell you dinner?
Then you will get a bonus entry to qualify for the Oregon trip that we're giving away.
Awesome. 402-951-1620.
Hell, we ought to just give the prize away to someone who actually listened to the Pat McAfee album. But we're not.
Nick's going, I guess.
But we're
Congrats
not.
to Nick. He's going to Eugene. He
I do
listened
like
to the
the
whole
P&W.
He listened to the whole album.
All right, 402-951-1620. We'll wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
Tortillas. When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like tortillas, going out to eat.
I have often slandered the name of Olive Garden, aka Italian Applebee's, but that Italian dressing that they sell in the grocery store is so good. And
so good.
And you realize it, especially when you have it with an Italian dish. So last night was just spaghetti and meatballs. There is something about when you have a good spaghetti and meatballs, or in this case, it was meat sauce, and then a nice salad with that dressing. It is a great combination.
Which is why I've always thought that the nickname for them being Italian Applebee's is wrong. Their food's actually pretty solid.
Yeah,
It's still Italian. No, it's still Italian Applebee's. It's mass produced, quick, in a very. It's Italian Applebee's.
Yeah, but when I hear Applebee's, I think bad. When I think Olive Garden, I think when you hear your family.
Listen, sometimes you hit on something that just connects, and that dressing connects.
It's so good. Tonight, buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Nice.
Also, the roasted broccoli last night was good. I might do that again tonight.
Yeah?
It was really tasty. I was happy with it.
Have you done broccoli in the air fryer yet?
Yes. I did it just in the oven, though, last night.
Oh, it's very good in the air fryer. We're doing Irish nachos tonight.
What's that?
It's essentially Ruffles with all the fixings of a baked potato, just on a nacho plate. It's incredible. Place we went to in Forks, actually, they did that as an appetizer. They even did their own homemade potatoes. It was awesome.
What are you having, John?
I have no idea.
Who was our qualifier?
Our qualifier, I closed the sheet. I think it was Chris.
Did I hear stroganoff?
Yeah, he's having beef stroganoff.
Wow.
Sounds delicious.
I haven't had that in a long time.
That's what I said.
I haven't had that in a while either.
Kenneth says, so
Who doesn't like a good stroganoff?
nachos?
No, because it doesn't have the normal like nacho stuff on it. It's what you would put on a baked potato, but with nachos, but it's called Irish nachos because it's
potato. Based on potatoes.
But there's
what
no
do you
like
put on a baked potato? Sour cream.
Sour cream,
That's on
bacon,
nachos.
chives,
All of
cheddar
these
Maybe
cheese.
cheese, yeah.
Wait, all of
cheddar
those
cheese.
things are on nachos, though.
Yeah, but again, it's called Irish nachos because the base is a potato chip.
Yeah, no. My confusion was Nick said, yeah, but you put different stuff on it. You put the stuff from potatoes on it.
Yeah, but there's more on normal nachos. That's just kind of the cutoff right there. Like we're not putting jalapenos or green pepper or red pepper on it.
Okay.
We're not. It's green onion. It's like the chives. It's not like the.
I get you. I feel you. I hear you.
Okay.
I understand you.
I was just reading the comment from Kenneth. Kenneth is of food.
Well, I think all of us
He's
are.
of nachos. He's of a place that creates great nachos.
The caller was Ben, by the way. I'm sorry I called you
Congrats
by
to-
your wrong name,
He
Ben.
called him Sam.
No, I called him Chris. I had the thing closed. I'll take accountability. I'm sorry, Ben.
What do we have tomorrow? Robin.
Yep.
Nick, who's our 25 teams tomorrow?
I don't remember.
A team.
Texas.
I have the thing closed.
Chip Brown.
Chip Brown?
Chip Brown. Bye-bye.